I met a Gypsy.
Now, if you've been following the podcast recently, you would know that we're on a massive health kick as we get ready to take on World Vets at Glen Helen in November of 2023. Athletic Greens is not only an all-in-one formula that helps me just cover all my nutritional bases, it's also the first healthy habit that I have that starts every single day. AG1 is packed with 75 vitamins, minerals, and whole food sourced ingredients of the highest quality that are able to offer gut health support, mood support, can affect your energy each day, and contribute to overall healthier looking hair and skin. Johnny Hopper, the one, the only, the crypto content.
Oh, the Deegan.
The technique lord himself has driven from Arizona to Costa Mesa to do Gypsy Tales in person. Second time on the podcast. I'm stoked to have you, mate.
Yeah, no, I was starting to think that maybe you didn't think I existed or not because we've never actually met face to face.
Yeah. I'm just like fully AI generated podcast like across the, how would that be? That's going to be a thing at some point.
Oh, for sure. I definitely think that the metaverse is going to be a huge thing, and that goes for a lot of my views with cryptocurrency. So have you been scammed?
No.
From my crypto
No.
Instagram or anything like that?
No.
Dude, because I filter so many people because I've got like 200 fake accounts out there.
No way.
Yeah, and it's pretty bad. People are always, they're changing my name from Johnny Crypto to Johnny __ crypto or J0 whatever, and so I constantly get people. It's honestly making my name worse compared to what everyone else thinks. From a cognitive bias type deal, as far as my moto stuff, like it doesn't help.
Yeah.
Because it's just a scam of people or bots, who knows what it is, just saying, hey, how's your trading been going lately? If you give me $1,000, I'll give you $10,000 back. And unfortunately, I've had a couple people fall for that, and then they start giving me death threats and stuff. And I'm like, dude, I'm so sorry that happened to you. But usually, when something sounds too good to be true, it's usually too good to be true. Yeah. But it's definitely...
How many followers and stuff have you got on that account, like the crypto stuff? Because I obviously don't see that. Yeah,
so cumulative, I've got like 110,000 across the platforms, like 90,000 on TikTok, close to 18 on YouTube, and then close to 8 on Instagram. I really haven't been doing a whole lot because crypto has been, since the last time we talked about it.
Yeah, it was like fully on a bull run last time.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think that was the result of that? Or why do you think that was the crypto thing died the way that it did? Because it was charging.
Well, it's the market, right?
Yeah.
The economy, interest rates were at an all-time low. It was very cheap for people to borrow money. And so what did people do? They went and bought houses. They invested, and people bought meme stocks and crypto. And that's why like influence is such a big thing, is because, you get somebody like Jace, the one and only, saying, dude, go buy this Jace coin. It's going to $1 million effing. I'm going to be like, Jace is my brother. I need to get on this now, And then when you're in a bull market,
everything looks like.
Well, it doesn't. You can be a dumbass and make money.
Yeah.
You put $10 on Robinhood, and it turns into 20, and you're like, hey, I'm actually really good at this. But no, you're just gambling.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The big institutional investors, they kind of create a bunch of hype around silly stuff.
They put in the real money, and then like the plebs jack the price up.
Yeah, and then they rug pull.
Yeah.
Take it all out because they've got inside information, which is illegal, but it happens, right? You probably get fed a bunch of information.
I got inside information on a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
Like in moto. Yeah.
Dude, a lot of people give me a lot of information that I probably shouldn't have on moto too.
Yeah.
And it's, but anyway, that's the deal. I still think that cryptocurrency is basically what the internet did for business is what crypto is doing for finance. And the mainstream media, they don't have as big of a say in it because it's more or less
it's like
decentralized. Which is why I love it. You know, I'm kind of a deviant. I go against the grain, and that's kind of why I get a bad rep on some stuff, but that crypto stuff doesn't help at all. But no, I do believe in cryptocurrency, just like the internet, how much it's done for people being able to monetize and make money from home and everything. Like, that's what crypto is doing for banking, but you got to be smart with it. My finance stuff, because I come from a financial background, is more about compounding interest. You know, you got to have a risk profile, and then from there, you know, are you just gambling with your money, or are you actually wanting to kind of compound your money? And my philosophy is just slow and steady. Slow and steady. Just like it is for you in this podcast and this business, you just keep adding up. The numbers are going to just get better and better and better and better, and then it can kind of run itself. And for crypto, you invest in stuff that is going to be around for a while. Like, it's got to be fundamentally strong. Can't be a meme thing that you heard from Kim Kardashian. It's probably a scam. So I'm a big believer in Ethereum and Bitcoin, and that's only like half my portfolio. I do a lot of other investing stuff with index funds, because I love index funds because they're not really run like a mutual fund with a big company and a fee. But this is all kind of boring stuff.
No, I'm into it. Like, and I'm kind of like just getting to the position in my life where I'm gonna start sort of trying to do a bit more of that, you know. But I'm in the phase now of pretty much everything I make goes back into the business. Like, I make good money, and then I spend basically all that money. But it was sort of like I was saying when we went and got coffee, it's like I've kind of been working on for maybe like the past few years is like, how do I set my life up so that by me doing what I want to do and living quote unquote my best life, like, that's good for business, you know, like going to Loretta's for a week, that's good for business. That's, you know, I'm essentially moving forwards while I'm there. Like, I'm spending money. Like, I could take money that I spent, like I could take like a $2,500 sum there and go bang, investment, bang, you know, and I could chip away at investing now with the money that I make. But it's like, I feel like I'm still in the stage of just like constantly putting it back in, but I'm getting closer to the stage where like I want to start thinking about some longer term like investment stuff, you know. But I think this is the kind of business where if you just keep putting in, at some point you have a bang moment, and then you end up with a lump sum as opposed to you know, just saving the money like a couple of grand every single month.
It's a passive income. And like what I watch you do at Loretta's and World Supercross do, like that's the compound effect for that is that's investment right there, because people see you there, then you start making more money out of that, more and more connections. And that's essentially, we're on the same page here. I don't have a whole lot of, I would say, close people around me. And when I got really hurt, like I feel like we both sort of started over in 2017.
Yeah, literally, yeah.
Yeah. I listened to your story and I was like, fuck, man, like
same shit.
I love this guy even more now, you know, because I can empathize with you. But I had to start over, and I'm like, dude, all the money I spent racing, what could I do? I knew fundamentally from my younger 20s being a financial advisor, like what I need to do. And so I just started crazily every dollar I spent just throwing it into account, because, you know, I was learning how to walk again and all sorts of stuff. And my dad just passed away, and literally the last conversation I had with my dad was, he was like, dude, I left your mom nothing. And he was so scared about that. I'm like, Dad, you've got me, you've got my sister, like she's going to be okay. But that scared me. You know, it was a catalyst for, I need to do something
I've never
different.
really had that thought. Like, I have a wife now, like if I die, she's fucked. You have to sell a whole lot of cameras and bikes.
Yeah, well, now you just need to get a life insurance policy and, you know, take care of at least most of your stuff. Anyway, my whole thing is it's the 5% rule. can you live off of 5% of your investments? I call it FU money is what I call it. And for me, like the S&P 500 like averages over the last 30 years, it averages 13%.
Yeah.
And so if you had $1 million, you could live off the dividends. Yeah. You know, so if say you're working,
so that's like 130 grand a year that you would get just to keep $1 million in an S&P 500 account.
Yep. Exactly. And as long as you could live with the ebb and flows of it going. And that's the same thing with crypto. Crypto is just finance 2.0, but it's much riskier because there's no government backing to it.
Yeah.
Because if in a bank, you know, you've got FDIC insurance up to $250,000. Like the big wigs, they put all their money in different.
Which like happened with Silicon Valley Bank recently, right?
Yeah. No. That was an interesting scenario.
I thought the world was gonna fucking end, eh? I was watching CNBC like while that was unfolding, and I'm like, oh no, here we go, we're fucked. And I've got all my money in like one of those not one of those, but it's like it's not a normal bank, you know?
Yeah.
And I was like, ooh, sheesh.
Well, it was just a catalyst. Same thing with that whole GameStop AMC deal.
Yeah.
If they didn't shut it down, it was going to collapse the entire market. There'd be no more money to pay these guys that did this. So it's like you pretty much found out that the government is in control. Again, the EU holds the money, makes the rules. But for a young retail investor, like you can still win the game a little bit, but it usually happens over years and years, it's not being incredibly risky. The Silicon Valley Bank deal, they were forced to sell their bonds when bond prices were getting to be really expensive, just because interest rates were going through the roof, right? And they were just overextended because they thought that everything was going to continue.
Over-leveraged, basically,
Yeah, similar scenario, but
at least so the government's involved in that. So then the government steps in,
bails out a bank,
bails out a bunch of the people that because of the insurances and all that shit. So that if that happens, but on a crypto like
you're fucked.
Yeah, what was it called? The Sam Bankman-Fried one?
FTX.
Yeah. You're fucked.
The whole
Crypto
Alameda.
You're fucked.
Yeah, Celsius. Like I was telling people, they were getting 20% back return on an investment, which that is unheard of.
Yeah,
it's unheard of. Why does a bank give you 0.001% back?
Yeah.
Well, what they do is they go take your money and they go invest it in bonds. They buy government-backed treasuries because they have to, by regulation, they have to at least invest in the government treasury, at least close to like is it billion or trillion? Anyway, it's semantics. They have to invest a lot of money, and they instantly get back 3% guaranteed. So they take your money, they go invest it, or they take your money, they go lend it out as a credit card at 18%, or take your money, go give somebody a mortgage for 8%, and you should be happy with not even keeping up with inflation as 0.001. It's stupid. And so crypto was kind of changing the deal in Celsius, and these guys were saying, oh, you'll get 20% back, but that's a huge red flag because I don't know how you're going to do that. And of course they couldn't. It was a Ponzi scheme, rob Peter to pay Paul, and everything kind of went down. And then you've got CNN and everyone else saying, oh, see, I told you this was bad. And Sam Bankman-Fried was literally taking people's customer funds, and he was like the biggest investor towards the Democrat Party and all this,
not a good look.
All this bullshit. Like, truthfully, crypto's very risky. You should have your money safely in a bank, right? But a small portion of your portfolio should be in something that's either like Bitcoin or Ethereum. If I'm speaking to you as a friend,
not
and you
gave me the same advice like a year or whatever ago.
Not as a financial advisor, because I let all my shit expire because that scenario was complete trash. Anyway, we could, if we want to talk about it, we can definitely talk about it. But Ethereum, it's like $1,600 right now. I personally think it has potential to go to 20,000, and it's basically.
And what would you base that off?
Adoption is basically what I would most crypto, like 90% of crypto, is built off of that.
Yeah.
So if you think about like in motorcycle terms, if there was only one frame out there that all the manufacturers had to use, that frame would be very valuable.
Yeah.
And that's what Ethereum is it's basically the ground, and then you have a bunch of people building off of the land of Ethereum.
Yeah, okay.
And like Bitcoin is expensive.
Bitcoin seems more like a reserve currency in a sense.
It's digital gold. That's what you should look at as
so it's like
gold.
if you had money that you wanted to leave in like a long-term thing, you weren't going to like spend in and out of your Bitcoin. I don't know. That's how it seems to me.
Yeah, you'd be an idiot to spend Bitcoin.
Yeah.
I mean, even though the whole Satoshi Nakamoto back in, he sounds like he might have made dirt bikes, but no, he made this Bitcoin, and he's like this. Truthfully, he's one of the richest guys in the world because he still holds close to, how many, like 2 million of the 21 million Bitcoins out there.
Damn.
But nobody knows who he is, which is smart though, because if you
That's fucking genius.
Yeah, dude, if you were going against every major bank and country, you wouldn't want to be like, hey, my name's Johnny Hopper, come assassinate me because...
Yeah, I hold the keys to the castle and all of this wealth.
Yeah. So anyway, his white paper in 2009 when he published it started getting a bunch of traction, so he basically just signed off and was like, hey, I'm giving this to the people. It's going. And Bitcoin's cool because it's divisible by... what is it? Like 1 million Satoshis. So like how a dollar is,
1 cent.
1 cent, right?
Yeah, it's 100 times divisible.
Yeah. This thing is quite a bit more. So people say like, oh, you can't buy stuff with Bitcoin. Well, yeah, you could. It just could be.
You can. It's just.
It could be just 0.0001 or whatever. And computers nowadays, they would be able to do all the math for you.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you think about money today, it's all digital anyway.
100%.
But there's a mediator, right? You have a Visa. Visa's going to charge you 3%, not you, but it's going to charge the merchant 3% for a transaction. And then it goes through, or like in your bank when you need to deposit money, you can't after working hours or on the weekend, you can't get paid. And crypto changes all that. You could do it 24/7. You could transfer money to anybody in the world within seconds by paying a minimal fee. And the coolest thing that the blockchain and Bitcoin has is that it's controlled by everybody. Everyone that is logged into the network controls what transactions go, and it's all public. It's all public.
It's all public record too, right? So it can be man, I've watched some of like CoffeeZilla's stuff.
Oh, dude, I don't know how that guy's not like getting assassinated for some of the stuff that he posts.
But like watching how Bitcoin works, or like when because obviously that's a way that people are doing dodgy shit is like through Bitcoin. But you can see the way that like if you know what you're doing, like that shit is very, very trackable.
Yeah, it's not a private coin. So yeah, no, you. Just like you said, it's incredibly trackable. If it's like if you knew what my address was, you know who I am, who owns it, who owns this 16 digit address. Well, if you find out that it's Johnny Hopper and all of a sudden there's a bunch of money going in and out of it, that's kind of how they found Sam Bankman-Fried as far as how he was siphoning stuff. So they're like, hey, look, this address is here. But the bottom line is it's here to stay, and it's regardless what people believe or not, it's changing the world just by its underlying blockchain technology.
It's
just
at its core, fundamentally, it's like a technology that is has the ability to change the world.
Look at the .com bubble. Right. Yeah. Everyone was changing their names to .com racing, whatever, because the stock prices would just go up. And that was again when retail traders felt like they could make a lot of money because you just threw at it and it just kept going up and up and up and up. But most of them went belly up.
Yeah.
But we were left with, it's called like FANG, Facebook, and now it's named Meta, which I think is interesting because it's metaverse.
Yeah.
We're kind of on the same page with that because we live more in like digital worlds than stuff. But I digress. Amazon, Netflix, Google, like if you were to invest in those things early on, you'd be doing pretty well right now. right? And the same thing is for crypto. You know, you pick a couple winners and you kind of
just sit
hope.
on it. Yeah.
You just sit on it. And so that's the whole compound effect is just over time you'll have something that might be worthwhile. And am I overly extended in that area? Oh, effing absolutely. Trying to tell my wife, like, I'm by no means, like, you've talked to some way higher profile people.
Yeah.
I'm just some average fucking dude that wants to take care of his family, and sometimes I talk some shit on the internet when it comes to moto, and we can we could get into that, but trying to tell my wife, like, hey babe, we lost $800,000 in the last year, you know, like, is that bad? Yeah, that's bad on paper. Like, sometimes I'm like, oh my God, you know, like when I first, back in 2017 when we kind of started, I was doing some research, and, you know, it was actually my uncle that was like, hey, have you heard of Bitcoin? And so I looked at it and I'm like, fucking hey man, dude, this thing.
What year?
2017.
Yeah, okay.
And so at the time, you know, I was full blown investing into my brokerage accounts, little bits of money, like $50 a week is kind of what I was doing. And I was just putting it into things that I use. Like, my philosophy is whatever you use, you should invest in it. Like, you saw my Tundra out front.
So you're a Toyota guy. So you have Toyota stock. Yep.
Exactly. You know, Honda, whatever. Apple. Invest in Apple. Nike, wear those shit, you know. Tommy Hilfiger, if you like the fucking underwear, invest in it. Right?
You know it, you like it.
Yeah. And then as soon as you don't use it anymore, sell your stock. Like, why should you invest in something that you don't use? It's not viable to you anymore. Like, there was a reason for you to do that. But most people want, like, the biggest thing I get on the internet with stuff is, what's going up? How can I make money? La la la. And it's like, no, guys, there's no get quick rich deal. The guys that have made billions of dollars in Bitcoin because they bought it at pennies. Like, the first time I bought Bitcoin, it was $1,500. I couldn't afford one Bitcoin, you know, so it was just kind of slow there. And I was dirt broke. You know, my whole family's been dirt broke, like, the majority of our lives, right? And so it's been a big deal for me to try to learn how to not live that way, because I saw the financial struggle and, like, how bad that was.
It's literally the killer. Like, that's the silent killer in life, because, like, I look back at my childhood and we didn't, that thing's fucking,
it's getting closer and closer to me. I'm like, trying to back up away from it.
I mean, I remember just through my childhood, that was just the thing that caused all the stress, all the like, we had a great life. You take struggling financially out of the picture, fucking sickest childhood ever. But then you add in just all the stress on my mom, the stress on my dad, the way that it then goes on to your kids when you know, so it's just like, to take that financial pressure where it's like, you don't have to be wealthy, but, like, if you can get to a point in your life with money where it's like, you don't have to think about how much fuel goes in the car. Like, I fill up the tank of, no matter how big, expensive, whatever it is, like, I can just put fuel in the car and it not be a problem. I don't know what the gas price is. I don't give a fuck. Like, there's just...
I mean, you should.
But
I'm trying to tell you, you're trying to invest a little bit. You should be a cheap ass. Like, be...
Well, I noticed we're very different, because you, as soon as you bought those coffees, you put, like, a note into your phone of, like, how much money you spent. So we're probably on very different wavelengths when it comes to this. But I guess my general thing is, like, if you can get to the point where it's not like you've just got money to go buy a fucking boat, and that's like a different step up. But it's like, if the things that used to cause you stress in life, of, like, food to buy, groceries, like, if it's too expensive to eat organic, if that's what you want, you know what I mean? Like, I think that it's just so underrated to try and get to, like, that kind of level of, like, personal or family wealth, to where it's like, you can just live a humble life without having a stress of money.
See, and that's the difficult thing, is the humble life, because wealth is like seawater. The more you drink, the thirstier you become. And, like, that's what silly me, you know, like that. Like, the whole goal in life is, when you think about it, is where's the end goal? What's going to bring you fulfillment? Like, to me, that's it, is being happy and being fulfilled. And a lot of people think that money is going to help you get along that way.
Yeah.
And the truth, it helps. It gives you options. That's
money
all money
will solve
does.
your money problems.
Yeah. I heard one. I was reading a book, and it was this wealthy hedge fund manager, and he ended up falling off a roof because he was trying to fix his solar panels. Fuck. And he had to like learn how to walk again and shit because he broke his back. Yeah. And people are like, "What the hell are you doing?" And he's like, "Well, I shouldn't be. I needed to fix it. And they wanted like $15,000. Yeah. I'm like, dude, you run a hedge fund. Yeah. Why are you doing that? Hire somebody to do that. Yeah. And so the whole moral was that if you have a problem, but you have money to fix the problem, you don't have a problem. And it's so true. But backing up to 2017, I bought Bitcoin when it was $1,500. I didn't have a whole lot.
That's crazy. And what's it at now? Like 36 or something?
It's like 26. Okay. You know, but I mean, when we were talking,
it was 50 almost.
50, yeah. It was like coming down a little bit on stuff, but
you were feeling good about life at that point.
Oh, I mean, because the numbers on the screen look good.
Yeah.
Like I said, I had like 900,000 just in crypto, which for me is massive, right?
Yeah,
like I
dude,
don't.
That's crazy money,
dude. I've got. Okay, this is the problem that I get, and maybe why people have a certain opinion on me is I overshare, and that's probably one of
Dude, I do every podcast I do, I'm like, I overshared way too much.
you overshare, and then it opens you up to
criticism and to judgment.
But
real G's don't give a fuck.
So I had 900,000 in there, right? And but I had $200 in my checking account. You know, like that's just my philosophy on investing is very, very simple. Is having 6 months of oh shit money in a savings account. So if just rudimentary numbers. If you can live off of $2,000, that's like all your bills
for a month.
Yeah, groceries, whatever. Anyway, that's like not realistic. Yeah. But anyway, just for 6 months, you need $12,000 in your checking account just to be able to live. Once you have that, everything, I mean, every other dollar that you have goes into investing. Like that's how crazy I am about it. And then it's just the compound effect. It just takes over.
Why is that? Like, why are you crazy about that in particular, do you think?
I guess it goes back to just my childhood. I want to take care of my family financially so that we're not struggling and fighting to the point where like, who's paying this? What's doing this? Yeah. And then it compounds. And like the biggest thing I see a lot of people do is they run away from losing money, where as opposed to Amazon or something, like this stuff has been tanking for a while because we've been in a bear market because interest rates are down. Regardless of the government wants to say that we're actually not in a recession. The definition of a recession is 2 quarters of declining GDP, and we're like at like 6 or something. But it's all play on words. It's all narrative. They can say whatever they want. You buy it on sale. If the new...
So it's still a good time to invest right now?
Any time
is a good time.
Is a good time to invest.
Yeah, that's like, also good.
That's my philosophy. Is you never sell, and you are always investing. Yeah. Right. Everyone, it's paying yourself first. Is what you're doing.
How do you leverage off those investments? So, like, if you've got 900K in Bitcoin at one point, like, is there any way to leverage?
It's 200 now. Yeah. If we just since I'm overshare it.
Is there? I think it's actually to stick on that point. I think it's fine to overshare with shit. Like, no, is it even oversharing where it's like, if you're comfortable to talk about something, like, I'm not offended when people talk about money. I got friends that are fucking rich, like very, very, very rich.
Yeah, rich.
Very rich.
Well, I mean, you live in Dubai, so.
Yeah, and well, even just friends that are like in racing, you know what I mean? Like, I've got friends that make fucking millions and millions of dollars in racing. Get your bread, son. Like, I don't get, if you tell me you made $6 million off this, like, I am fucking pumped for you. Like, I don't see the, you know what I mean? Whether it's among friends or if it's even, you want to tell who, like, if it's facts, it's what you're doing. And if you're, like, fucking tell that shit. It helps people. I think it helps people to know, like, the I don't know, just the way people are playing the game.
But I mean, sometimes, see, this is where I get in trouble talking about money. Is people then just all assume that it was easy and that like you inherited, but most people that are multimillionaires started with nothing.
Yeah.
Right. It's just motivation. And that's why, like, especially on my YouTube channel, I talk about these guys that, hey, you're a privateer making fucking nothing. If you just, after you're done racing, decide to use what you've learned and just go out it, you can make a good living for yourself. And like me, I'm doing okay, right? If I'm being honest, because I'm oversharing on this point, right now, because of the real estate business that I have with my brother and the crypto stuff and my other investments, like, I'm not making enough money to pay my everyday bills. And it feels like shit, you know, because I'm not having a net positive with stuff. So like, I've been living off of my investments for the last year because just how the economy is.
Yeah.
And that's a bummer, right? But I'm happy that I was able to be as crazy as I was to get to a position where it's like that whole thing. If you have a problem, but you have the money to fix the problem, you don't have a problem. Like, there's so many people in this world that are not making enough money to pay their bills. And then they're like, well, what do we do? Well, we need to go get a credit card or something and borrow money at 18%, which is golden handcuffs. You're never going to be able to pay that shit back.
Yeah. And that's what it was like for us growing up. You know, it's such that, and that's where that crazy stress comes from, you know, like, and you just can't, it's like, what's the way out of that shit, you know? Yeah. And it's like, you can, I think it's one of the things that I learned, like, recent, I guess in the last 5, maybe from doing this podcast, is it's like, it's not how hard you work, it's what you work on, you know? And it's like, I look at my parents back in the day and it's like, they were working just as hard as anybody, like anyone, both doing 50 plus hours of work a week, and then 3 kids that all did sport. Like, all we did was sport growing up, you know? So it's like, that they're so busy and they were fucking broke. And it's like, so they're not broke because they're not working super hard. They're broke because what they're working on is like the wrong thing. It's like, if they put that energy or that much work into the right thing, then, you know, you just, depends on what you're working on. That's the ceiling for how much money that you actually can make. And
my philosophy on life has changed a lot. Like, we've talked a little bit about the whole FU money. The goal is to try to have the 5% rule. If I'm just being direct, $2 million in either stocks or crypto, and then I can live off of basically $100,000 a year. So if the YouTube doesn't work, if anything else doesn't work, I can just kind of throw my fingers up in the air and say, fuck you guys, I can still take care of stuff and go do something that I want to do. I don't have to be handcuffed to go get a typical job. Yeah. And that's the goal. I'm not quite there. Maybe like a year ago, I was much closer because, like we were saying, crypto was going good. Yeah. But it's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy watching everything that you're hoping for just kind of go down the drain.
But that's why it helps to believe in.
You gotta
because you believe in Bitcoin to the point where, like,
that's why I didn't sell.
Yeah.
I actually sold.
I wouldn't have sold either.
I sold some of. I mean, I'm still up because back in 2017, I had like $3,000. I put that stuff into crypto. It went up to 22, and I was like, babe, we can actually like survive. This was after I got hurt. I mean, I spent a couple months in the ICU. Like, I wasn't working for 6 months. Like, this.
Your wife's hot, by the way, too. For everyone listening, Johnny's missus is hot.
Dude, she's
way hotter than you.
She's way hotter than me.
Everyone,
she's a 10.
Yeah, when he's talking about all this, just keep in mind that his wife's fucking hot, and Johnny, she's hotter than you.
Oh, for sure, dude.
So it adds context.
I shot for the stars and I ended up on the moon. truthfully, how I convinced her to be with me was, I had a locker in the basement for a while.
Yeah,
and it was the whole Stockholm syndrome. And before she okay, are you in love with me? No, okay, get back in the basement. Dude, I don't know why that girl has stuck by me so much.
No, you're a good dude.
F you, Chase. Honestly, I was saying the same thing about your girl.
Much taller than me, for sure.
Yeah, it must be your voice.
It has to be.
It has to be.
So anyway, all these stories Johnny's telling about, like, convincing his wife, like, that would be fucking, just keeping that in mind, that your wife's way hotter than you. So all of this, it makes it's extra cool.
I'm a very lucky man. And that's why I'm scared to death having my daughter, because I'm like, fuck, if she's as outgoing as I am, but then she looks like my wife, this is a problem.
Yeah.
There was some gnarly shit that happened in my family, and anyway, we were on a parking garage, and it was like 2 a.m. and I had my daughter because there was some gnarly stuff that happened with my family because we were traveling. There was a death in the family, and it was a bad deal. But my daughter, she was looking down, and there was a wedding happening at this fancy club, and she's all like, let's go dance. And I'm going, dude, she's 2 years old, it's 2 a.m. No, what are you doing? No. No. And
I started already.
Yeah, it's gonna be bad. But if I'm backing up, telling my wife, like, hey, we got $22,000, and then of course it all happened. Chase Bank said that Bitcoin was worth zero and blah, blah, blah. It just became a bear market. That went back down to like 1,100. And that was awful. That was hard. But what I did is I just started keep investing $25 a week into this stuff as it was going to zero. Everyone was screaming the stuff's going to zero. Like, I was still investing $25 or $50, what I could afford, right? That would not ruin my life, into my brokerage accounts, and then into crypto. And boom, 2019 happened again. And when the pandemic happened, I called people close to me, and I'm like, guys, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. Things are tanking. Do you really think these airlines are going out of business? Hell no. They're just having a hard time right now. Like, this is an opportunity. You don't buy something when it's going through the roof. You buy it when, as Warren Buffett says, when there's blood in the streets, you get greedy. When everyone's greedy, you get scared. And luckily, my brother and some other people, they put 10, 20 grand. I put 20 grand into stocks and stuff. And during the pandemic, that blew up to 300,000, and right now it's back to like 200, but I'm still at a pretty good.
Yeah, you're still up.
Yeah, but
is that still
you got to have. Yeah, your mic keeps touching me, trying to kiss me. I must not be as bad looking as, because this is expensive mic.
I just let it hit my chin, and then they're just talking.
Well, you got a much prettier beard than me.
No, that's all right. Just let it touch your chin, bro. That's no homo. Telling you, just let it.
Yeah, just let it touch your chin. I might have to take a break here to adjust your stuff. I was expecting stuff to be a lot more professional when I came down here.
Honestly, me too.
I'm like, what are we in my basement?
Yeah, yeah. I'm not falling in love with you, bro. Do you want to stop and fix it? All right, so yeah, you lost all your money. Your wife's hot, and she didn't leave you.
Yeah. So just over time, I just was putting shit money in, and then the pandemic came around, and things started going back up, right? Yeah. And so now I'm living off of those investments, and I'm not the smartest guy in the room by no means. I would say
in this room you are.
No, I would say that your IQ is probably much. You've recommended some books for me to read. That Chaos book.
Yeah,
I was fucking. I had to get the audio book of it because I was over there having a hard time pronouncing
that book. It was very hard to read.
Did
you like it though?
I did. I don't know if I really got a whole lot out of it once I found out you were taking notes per chapter and shit, and I'm listening to this stuff at 2 times, anyway. But the bottom line is fortune favors the brave, and I think definitely some of my financial decisions have come from racing motorcycles because all these guys are incredibly risky. Right. Mm-hmm. So the risk profile is just different. But I just feel like most people don't know how to invest in a way to where it's just pay yourself first. You know, whenever you make a paycheck, put 50% of that paycheck into a savings account, get that emergency fund up, and then invest all of it, and then not into an IRA, not into a retirement account where you get a penalty for taking it out. Put it in a brokerage account to where if you want to go buy a freaking house or blah blah blah, and then if that money becomes big enough, like how do the wealthy get away with paying shit in taxes? Well, what they do is they have a shit ton of money and they borrow against it. If you borrow money, it's not
at 3%, 4%.
Yeah, whatever interest rates are pretty much out, and you know that like if they are a real big wig, a bank's going to give them a much better deal than, you know.
Yeah, so like if Elon Musk goes, I was literally just watching a video about this actually where it said basically Elon Musk, they give him his stock options when Tesla starts, it's like $6 a share or when it first goes public, and then he gets like millions of those shares. And so he doesn't take any salary from Tesla, so he doesn't have any income. But what he then does is he goes to the bank, and obviously they all know him because he's Elon Musk and he started PayPal and all that shit.
Richest guy in the world.
And then he goes, hey, I want to borrow $100 million. And then they go, sweet, and it's at 3%. So then he'll keep that money in his account and literally pay his loan back with the money that he gave them, so that he's only paying 3% on his money as opposed to paying 40% in taxes.
Yeah, because if you borrow
money,
quite
smart.
It's not considered income.
Yeah.
Right? And it's just, I feel like people don't teach this stuff. It's all there. That's where the biggest thing that I've done for myself is just decide to become a reader. When I was younger, you know, my parents and stuff, they were all like, reading wasn't cool. And reading, or as far as education can make you rich, but self-education can make you wealthy. And that was one of the biggest things when my whole life went upside down, is I was like, what do? I can mope and pout that nothing worked out the way I wanted it to, or I can try to make things better. And so I decided to read more, and it helped me out tremendously. And you know, things are kind of history from there, but that was way too much time.
No, it's good. I like it. I'm interested. I mean, I'm definitely, like I'm kind of just getting to the point where this is all stuff that's sort of on my radar now, you know, like I'm sort of starting to think about, just think about investing, think about, you know, long-term solutions. You know, it's like I'm lucky with this. I feel like I can do this for a long time, you know, like it's hard to know how this space will evolve, if people will continue to like want to consume podcasts, but I think they will, you know, like I really don't see a place where this goes away. And then I think I have other talents as well, where it's like if this does go away, it probably gives me enough of a platform to the next thing that I do. Like I'd love to write some books and all that sort of shit. And so it's like,
and you're trying to say that I'm smarter than you. F you, Jake.
No. But it's like, that'd be dumb books. No, but you know, so it's like, I'm sort of trying to think about the more long-term plays, and especially, I guess shit changes as you get responsibilities. But what you said before about, if you've got a problem and the money to solve the problem, you don't have a problem. I've never heard that before, but I literally have just clicked in my brain with that. Like I was the kind of guy, I feel like I have a lot of like money trauma, you know, which like you probably do too. Like when you grow up and then it seems like the negative things in your life come from not having money, you know.
Which is so sad, dude. Why does the world revolve around money?
It's crazy, dude. But
it's fucked up.
That's the reality of the world, you know. Like, and I remember the only time my parents never fought or anything like that. Only time was about money, and it's like just being fucking not having enough for what you needed, you know, like that situation that you were talking about. But so like, even if I had the money in my account, I would procrastinate, or I would not pay, and I would not, you know what I mean? I'd be like, fuck, I don't want to spend this. It's like a health insurance but I guess
all insurance is a scam.
All that shit, you know, it's like, but then,
until you need it.
Yeah. But now like getting married, and then obviously my wife, we've had to do all these visas and shit, and we've had to do like the Dubai stuff, the America stuff, all this, like it's just been relentless and non-stop. And I've paid so much money now in visas over the last couple of years for just everything that we've done. And then we just got hit with a bill the other day for like $2,500. And it was like unexpected. We thought we'd already paid everything. And then we get this like random thing, and I wake up to the end, and I just fucking paid it. I was like, do I want to pay this? No. Can I pay this? Yes. Would I way rather my wife to wake up, see that email, but then see another email straight after it where it's already been paid? And then it's like that the stress that would be on her shoulders, waking up, seeing that email, then living her day with that hanging over her head, knowing that, oh fuck, we got to pay this, and like Jace is probably going to pay it. That's like, you know, I feel bad that he would pay that, like, you know, all that sort of shit. And it's like, instead you have this other, so that's one universe that, you know, someone can live in. Or there's another universe where you just wake up and it's done, and then that problem's no longer a problem, but then you actually feel good about your life because I was able, you know, I earned money and I paid for this thing and I'm providing for my family, you know. So it's like, it's more of a perspective shift. And it's like, I had the feeling of not wanting to spend money on things I needed to spend money on, and then that would have this like long tail. You let that go 2 weeks.
Well, just like your traffic thing that you told me about this morning. Is money well spent. Yeah.
And I think that's like, that's stuff I never did. And it was stuff that I was like scared to do, because you just fucking let it lean on you. But yeah, it's just a mindset thing, and I'm
good at tapping stuff.
Yeah, there you go. But yeah, so I think it's a mindset. Just so to hear you put it in that way, I think is like very cool.
Yeah, reality versus perception. It's not matter what happens to you; it's how you react to it. That makes all the difference. You know, we got back from. My AC units in Arizona went out, and they were like, okay, this is going to be $6,000. And it's like, fuck, man, I'm not paying my bills. You know, like I'm living off of this other stuff. I don't like doing that because I understand the power of compound interest. Yeah. But at the other, I was like, thank God I can. Thank God I can. So let's just do it and get over with it, and boom. I don't have to worry about anything else. So it's perception versus reality. You have a problem, people can react to it completely different, and it can ruin them, or you can just go about your day. Yeah. I'm only 33 years old, but fuck, man, I've grown up way more over the last, since I stopped racing motorcycles. I've grown up a lot more because I wasn't just so centered into, I don't know, the thing that is dirt bike racing.
Well, you just had like a weird dream. You had like a weird, I think like a, obviously that you know, we spoke about on the last podcast. We had that conversation, and it's like, I think it's cool to have you back here now. And then after, you know, like the conversation we had, like you changed, just leave the microphone.
Dude, I've got OCD, and it keeps I can see it move.
Just let it do its thing. Let it dance, baby. But yeah, you really pivoted on your content, and it's like, that it was like a pretty big shift, you know. So I think, but once you just stopped thinking about it in that way, like you had a perception and a perspective of what racing should be, what your position was supposed to be in that, you know, like I think honestly, once you let go of a lot of that stuff, like it's very easy to live like a different, easy, happy life after that when you're thinking about the right things.
Yeah, I had a bad perception towards stuff. I was angry. I was very, very angry. And there were certain things that happened in my life that created that. Like I wasn't.
Oh, for sure.
I didn't just come out. You know, I was made. And that was by my experiences. And as we spoke, you know, I told you your podcast was going to be the last thing I did. I was tired of all the negativity I was getting. Like, dude, I think I was the most hated dude in moto at the time, and I was having a bunch of people that were like, oh, this is Hopper's vagina, oh, this is Hopper's tiny dick. Like, they would constantly troll me on stuff. And now that I'm older, I understand that, like, I can choose to be hurt, or I can choose not to be hurt. Like, it's in my control. And I think that all negativity comes from almost a place of love, you know, and admiration. Like, I have a totally different view on all that stuff, because it still happens to me, I believe, more than say the normal, because of potentially, I think it's got a lot to do with like a cognitive bias, where because of how I perceived myself to the world earlier on, people felt like, okay, now they know me, and then this is just who I'm going to be forever. And after we had the podcast, you kind of switched my trajectory, and it was like a catalyst for stuff. I went home and I started thinking about, like, dude, negativity breeds more negativity, and I know how to win friends and influence people. You do that by saying nice things about them, right? And then if somebody says shitty things about you, the way you turn them off is by just not giving it any power, right? And it was consuming my life, and it was consuming it so much that my family, dude, we had some gnarly arguments in my family, because they're like, dude, what the hell is going on? Like, I'm meeting people at the bike shop and all this stuff, and everyone, they hate you and stuff. And I'm like, well, that's indirectly, that's got nothing to do with you. And they're like, hey, you're messing with your dad's name and all sorts of stuff. And I'm like, guys, I'm just being honest about stuff. Like, this is my journey of healing. So fucking what? I do it differently than other people. And yeah, there was some shit that I thought was not right about the sport, and I kind of really focused in on that stuff. But I told you that I had everything pre-filmed of quitting, and I was just going to focus on the crypto stuff, because it was like, in the investment things, like, hey, I still like making content. I'm creative. This is where I have an outlet for creativity. I'm just going to go do that. Yeah. And I'm going to say fuck you to the moto industry and everything, because I don't want to be a part of a club that doesn't want me to be a part of the club. Yeah. And truthfully, to this day, I'm not really part of that club. And that's fine. Yeah. That's fine. I have an acronym for fine. It's frustrated, irritated, nervous, and emotional. Anytime somebody says they're fine, they're not fucking fine. You either run the other way, or if you're somebody close to you, you go, okay, dude, how can I help? How can I help? But, you know, I'm just one dude by myself, and I was able to potentially influence a lot of people, but I was giving up. I was quitting, and I didn't want anything to do with it. And then I thought to myself, you know what? I have the control to be perceived how I want to be perceived. I'd rather people hate me for who I am than love me for who I am not. Yeah. And the internet is a breeding ground for do whatever is trending. Do whatever is trending, and you'll make money, and blah, blah, blah. And we talked in nauseam about money at the beginning of this. Like, I thought that racing and all this stuff was leading me to a life of not being world champ or whatever, right? Like, no, I just wanted to be a part of the club. I wanted to make money racing bikes, and I was going to be happy. You know, I'd be able to have a house, my family, take care of stuff. Like that's literally like the first mistake is to expectations. Is to literally go like, when I get this, and this, I'll be happy. You know, and it's like, if anyone has any of that in their life, dude, I still to this day, like, I'm lucky I have a fucking great life. Like, I love my life, and I've crafted it, you know, very carefully. But I manage that shit so much. Like, dude, if I just like can get to America, and if I can just get this, and if I can get this studio here, and if this happened, I get this. Fuck that. It's so shit. It's so fucking bad for your mental state and your mental health. Like, there's a point of diminishing returns. Like, you need to know the direction what you want to go. You need to know the person you want to be, and you know the things that you need to do better. Like, that's what you should want. Like, you should want self-improvement. You should want your relationships to get better. You should want the people in your relationships to be better. You definitely shouldn't want things to be happy, you know, whether it's things for yourself, whether it's sporting result, whatever it is. So it's like, it's so cool that you realized that and started to try and be like happier in the moment, you know, because like, you got hot wife, nice fucking cool kid, you got the gym at your house, you got dogs, you got, you know, you're doing your own thing, your own boss. It's like, dude, on paper, amazing life. Yeah, absolutely. It's perception versus reality, you know, but people have a hard time with just inserting that, like, there was no struggle. Like, to me, to live is to suffer, and
Yeah,
then it's
100%.
a journey to find out what that suffering is.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I'm not. I've disconnected myself from so much negativity in my life. Like, I don't talk to a whole lot of my family. A few people I still do, but it's been a total 180 with me, with really trying to figure out what was important. Because if I really think back about it, I was like, dude, racing bikes was not my dream. You know, as much as like that was my life, it was my dad. You know, he gave me a bike when I was 3, and it was just like, come on, kid, this is what we're doing.
Come on,
and
little
then,
Johnny.
Yeah, and I got a lot of attention when I was doing well.
Yeah.
I got a whole lot of attention. I was doing well, and it wasn't healthy. Like, this is me oversharing. You know, I love my dad to death, and what's crazy now is all the shitty memories that I have from him, even the really bad ones when we were like screaming at the top of our lungs and all sorts of stuff. They're now good.
Yeah.
They're now good because that I'm comfortable with.
You have a different framing of it.
Exactly. It's perception.
Yeah.
And it's just interesting how life changes. And right now, I guess I'm in the middle of revamping that persona that potentially people have of me.
Yeah.
And how I was talking about, like, what we never talked about the last time is how I was made. You know, I didn't just happen to be.
But that's everybody.
That is everybody.
Yeah.
And I had different experiences than people, right? And that was just unfortunate.
Everyone just has their own, like, what you're, not to sound too weird, but it's like, try and look back at your own head right now. Like, all you have is this circle that's like the world. Like, you can't see, like, I can see your head, but you can't see your own head, right?
Yeah.
So it's like you just have this space where the world is. And whether you, like, people think that they're seeing reality directly. What I'm seeing is real. What I'm seeing is actually happening. Like, all this space, that's fucking real. Where it's like, that's a lens. It's the real world, but you're looking through a lens. And it's like, your experiences, who you were, like, I swear too much. Of course I fucking do. When I go home, or like as a kid, I'd go home, my dad swears his head off. All his mates are out the back and they're drinking beers, working on motorbikes. Fuck yes, fucking bit. So it's like, I just grew up in that place, you know. All my friends is like, as I was a kid, that's how everybody spoke. So it's like, how
could you not?
Yeah. I got made in that way. Like, nowadays, I'm swearing, I'm like, fuck, you sound like an idiot. But it's like, that's literally the part of my, you know. So everyone got made. Everyone is looking through the world through a lens. It looks super clear right now. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at the world. It doesn't look like there's a filter over it, but there is a filter. Like, you have a personal bias that you cannot avoid. It's how you were raised, it's your DNA, it's your genetics, it's the experiences that you had. It's so many things that were completely out of your control. Like, way more things that were out of your control than in your control. That's who you end up being. That's the lens that you see the world. And I think that when you said reading was huge for you and learn, that's because you're getting to look at the world through a different lens. And there's a person that might be, if they're writing a book like this, like Johnny bought me a book, it's like Noah Harari. He is fucking brilliant. Like, he's absolutely brilliant. So this book is his lens that he is looking at, like, literally humankind through. And it's like, he spent thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of research and writing and time and think, I haven't done that. The history of the world, that lens is a better lens. You know, so it's like, when you can give yourself over, like, you understand that the way that you see the world isn't real, it's your lens. And there's people that are closer to real than you are, and that's based on the time they've put into it, the, you know, research, understand, whatever it is. So it's like, I think just understanding that and having that framing going into life, that's the key to being really humble about your life and constantly learning, constantly open to new things. And it's like, you're just taking the best from what everyone else has got like from their lens and then adding it to the way you see the world, you know?
Well, you said it yourself, DNA and everything, like we're constantly changing. You cannot help but change. There's a saying that you cannot change when you're not aware, but once you become aware, you cannot help but change. And again, dude, I really, really thank you for kind of slapping me out of a big negativity thing, because my family's huge about being negative. And again, it was just kind of how stuff that we are pre-exposed to with the money.
This is how the cookie crumbles, man.
Yeah, and you know, I've definitely been trying to change, and you know, if people accept me, cool. If they don't, whatever. I've made a space for me in the internet that I can decide to say, no, I don't want to do this anymore, or sure, you know, accept me for freaking who I am. Dude, it started. It's interesting though, because somehow like how I represent myself, I'm not a part of hardly any big groups. Like I was especially in the moto community, I've never really been accepted. I mean, when I was young and I finally started doing well, I was like 11 years old and I was riding for a shop, and it was a big deal for me. I was getting, you know, free gear, free parts, blah blah blah. And all of a sudden, you know, my dad was talking to the parts manager, and they had an argument, and you know, my dad came back into the car with me, and he's like, dude, we don't have anything. We don't have anything. We're not getting any more help. And, you know, I was like, what happened? And my dad, he is before his time. He should have been in a completely different century for sure. But he was like, dude, I'm not kissing this shop's ass anymore. I'm not doing it. And it really affected me because we didn't have money. I lost all the help. The help went to another kid that later on ended up going pro, and you know, wish him all the best, had success.
Who was it?
Blah blah blah. It was another kid in Colorado. I mean, I don't want to put any negativity on towards anybody, but that was a start where I learned from my dad at a young age that you can do it by yourself, and boy, is that wrong. Like you cannot do stuff by yourself. You need fucking help. And then things went on later. I ended up winning a lot of stuff in the 85 class. Like I was winning by sometimes over a minute in, you know, a 6-lap race, like against a lot of kids that ended up going pro too. And so then I jumped right into 250B. You know, I was 14 years old, and I raced 2 races in 250B locally. I won both races by like 40 seconds, and I had essentially like a mob of parents saying, this isn't fair. My kid can't win because your kid is way ahead. So my third race on a big bike at 14 years old, I had to sign up pro. And boy, I got hazed by a bunch of the guys there. Would, you know, fair enough. Who knows what kind of persona my family was putting on, and myself, you know, like we were just loners. We just didn't do a whole lot. And between 14 and basically 22, I got my pro license when I was, I think, 22. I'd have to look back to be honest. But again, had no money, had all this stuff, was trying to figure this out. Like anytime I tried to go do anything, 17, 16 years old, it was all on my dime. And that was really hard financially, is like, hey, I'm buying, you know, my dad a pack of cigarettes. I'm buying my dad beer. You know, I'm buying everybody food. I'm buying the hotels. And I'm like a 16-year-old kid. Of course, I don't have any money to go racing, to go do all this stuff. Like, it was detrimental to me. And then especially when I go and get my ass kicked at the World Minis or something, like I got into this realm of just like, you're never going to be good enough. And I would look at these kids that have bikes and blah, 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 and I'd be envious. And now that I'm an older man, I understand that, like, that was not helpful. That was not helpful. But I was so jealous that they had something that I didn't. And, you know, should I have been paying for that stuff? Truthfully, if I wanted to go racing, yeah, it's up to me to go racing. Like, I don't blame my parents or anything for what went down. That was just, unfortunately, our situation. But as a young kid, it kind of did a negative realm on me. And so later on, I ended up becoming a financial advisor because I was like, hey, I need to learn how to make money. I need to learn how to make money, because if I can make money, I can fucking go racing. And that's what I want to do. And so I spent a lot of time. I got my Series 6, got my 63, blah, blah, blah. I was like 22. At this point, I hated my life because I was talking with giant dickheads, and I found out the whole banking industry and blah, blah, blah. You're basically a number. It's just, here, let me sell you some life insurance and move on. And I'm like, dude, I'm actually a nice person. I personally think that I'm more of like a pacifist than anybody that is ready to get in your face, even though like a lot of people want to punch me. But anyway, I started finally winning when I was about 23 years old. And I remember one race where I came from like 7th to 1st, and I had 2nd and 3rd place cut the track and try to take me out multiple times. And you know, this was like Moto 6 that I was winning 250 Open and 450 Pro. And I got off the track, and the officials came up to me, and I'm like, dude, did you see what the fuck was going on there? And they looked at me, and they're like, Johnny, this is bad. And I'm like, hell yeah, it's bad. Did you see those guys? And they're like, we have a problem with you. And I'm like, excuse me? What? Were you in the same race I was in? And so they're like, everyone wants to beat you up. Like, they don't like you. And I'm going, dude, so what? I pushed people. I maybe cross jumped a little bit, but that's if you're not fast enough to get around me, that's your problem,
so
not mine.
Vince freezing everyone.
Honestly, dude, you see how big I am. I'm 195 pounds, 6'2". I'm a big dude. No, I'm 150. I'm 5'8". So anyway, we had a big old riders meeting, and they disqualified me. They took all that money, and I needed that money. I absolutely needed that money. And I was like, fuck you guys. And during that, I ended up continuing to race, and I kept winning. But at the end of the year, I was super, super proud for winning both the local Colorado championships in the pro class. And I also won the off-road stuff because I was trying to do everything I could to make money, because I was living off of credit cards, doing the financial advisor thing, because I would sit across a table from somebody and be like, dude, you don't need this, you just need term insurance, and then invest the difference. And I can't manage that money because I'm going to take 3%, and this isn't good for your family. You don't make a whole lot of money. Like, anyway, I made shit, so I had to quit that eventually. But I was racing on the weekends, and for some reason my mind was super clear because I just enjoyed riding the dirt bike, that I was doing really well. And I was super pumped for winning Rider of the Year in Colorado, because every year the dude that won everything was the Rider of the Year. And sure enough, expectations lead to disappointment. The community didn't vote for me, which that's totally fine. It really kind of messed me up, because I'm like, this is the first year ever since I've been racing that like the dude that wins everything doesn't get Rider of the Year. Like, this is incredibly ironic, right? And then, shit happened. My dad started having stage 4 cancer and all that stuff. Then the stuff went down. Then I started doing steroids because I was like, fuck, I don't know what else to do. This isn't my dream, blah, blah, blah. And then the first race that I came back, while I was juiced up on EPO and blah, 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 I qualified the best I ever did in the arena cross stuff. And then I was being my own mechanic, which I wasn't prepared to do that. And then, I hit the wall, and the rest is history on that scenario. And then later on, I started the YouTube stuff, and I was like, dude, I still know how to fucking ride a bike. I'm going to show people how to ride a bike, because a lot of people don't know this about me, but for almost 10 years, I was Donnie Hansen's private trainer. I was his show pony for some stuff. I love Donnie. He's Josh Hansen's dad, he was like a second dad to me.
I didn't know that.
When everyone wouldn't accept me, dude, those guys, his wife and Becky, his wife, they opened me up with open arms. And it was awesome, dude, because I was really trying to make something out of myself. And anyone that had a private track in Colorado or whatnot, everyone didn't want me around. Nobody wanted me around. They said I wasn't good enough. I can't invite you to come ride my track. Like, it was, I don't know what persona I gave off or what.
I think sometimes it's probably like, you're trying to fuck a chick, right? And then you just every text you're replying straight away. It's like when you want a chick that bad. I've seen friends do it. I've probably done it in the past where it's like you want that chick so bad that you're just so in, and that vibe.
I like you breaking the ice on this.
That
I was getting
vibe
dark and you were
is kind of what fucks it. You know what I mean? So it's like you probably were just too keen. And then everyone's like, fuck this guy. Like, this is weird. Like, don't be that keen to hang out with me. Or don't be that keen to ride my track, you know?
Dude, you've said that a couple times, especially when we were texting.
What?
Is it an Aussie word for being keen?
Keen is like, if you're keen for something, if you're like, oh, do you want to come watch Super Bowl? I'm like, yeah, I'm keen for that. That's what keen is. Yeah, keen as mustard. Okay. It's like an old Aussie saying. But yeah, you're probably just too keen. That's probably the vibe. Like, as soon as you don't... And then that's why the dude that looked like he never gave a fuck always got the chicks. It's just... I feel like that's some human nature game theory kind of deal, you know?
You are absolutely right. So it kind of goes back to me and how I was...
Yeah, it's all it is.
Maybe I was giving off this kind of fuck you kind of vibe, dude, because there's been so many times when I should have been punched in the face. The most recent one, my buddies and I, we were at the Vet Nationals, and I didn't want to go racing a bunch because, I've got PTSD over racing, and I just wanted to hang out with some buddies finally, not make it a job or whatever. So anyway, it was their idea. Like we ended up going to places that we shouldn't go to, and this like 220-pound dude ended up bumping into me, and I was like, dude, that's not cool. What are you doing? And it instantly was turned into a fight, and so my buddies had to get me out of there. There was a time I was in Bed Bath & Beyond.
The world's lamest place to get into a fight.
Yeah. This big chubby dude just bumped into me, and I didn't say anything to him. I was just like, that was rude. And so, actually, no. If I think back of what actually happened was, he was looking at something, and I kind of reached over him because there was something shiny, and he was like, excuse me, you're way too close to me. And he was being a dick about it. He was like, what the fuck you doing? I'm like, I'm sorry you're having such a bad day that I can't reach over you. And so anyway, we checked out, and I was right by the checkout, and he was walking by me. So I was like, hey, excuse me, sir, you're getting too close to my space here. And this guy just lost his shit, just threw everything down and was like, fight me right now. And of course, I was like, you're going to sit on me and I'm going to die. Like, no, I'm not fighting you. In a bed bath.
Fighting's not good in general.
Yeah, fighting's never good. There's so many scenarios. Last Supercross race I was at, almost got in a fight for just dumb reasons. But I just don't understand. Like, maybe it's my persona that I give off. Because then the whole YouTube stuff happened, and I was kind of like the moto's #1 hated dude. And so now maybe I'm just trying to rewrite my perception, because even I've had some opportunities with some actual big sponsors wanting to sponsor some of my stuff.
That's cool.
And yeah, it's super cool because it's like a way into the door. Like, I had a good conversation with Adam Bailey.
Yeah.
He used some of my stuff because basically some of my best videos on YouTube are riding technique.
Yeah, that's the stuff I love the most, by the way.
Yeah, it's completely different. And again, you're kind of the catalyst. I'm like, I need to go back to what I like. And that's just something. I was never super good, so I was very analytical towards everybody. I was trying to, if I can't ride with you, can I learn from you in some way? And that kind of goes into like my whole investment stuff. Like, I'm very analytical on stuff. And Donnie Hansen helped me out a lot because he taught me everything. And then I was kind of the dude that showed how to ride. Yuki, basically, we call it in jiu-jitsu. Yeah. So like, he's teaching and you're the dummy, essentially. I'm showing. Yeah. And I did that for a really long time. That's cool. I didn't know that. Yeah. Yeah. So that's why it seems that I know my shit when I'm analyzing other guys. And just no one's doing it like the way that you're doing it. So, I mean, probably a good segue to talk about the content that you're sort of making at the moment. No, that's all good. I feel like I'm sucking all the CO2. No, you're good. Trust me. The content that you're doing, because I don't know that I was like a fan of your content before. Like, so then why did you invite me to come on the I just thought there was something cool about you. Like, I feel like, I don't know. I just saw like, I was like,
you know, you say you're working on the right things. I just didn't think you were working on the right things. So I was like, how do we get this guy who's a good dude to work on the right kind of thing? I never told you what to do or anything like that. Like, it's all you. But yeah, I definitely could see like that there was a good potential for what, you know, you definitely had like good insights and there was good shit going on, but it was just like packaged in a...
You manipulated me.
It was packaged in a shit way, maybe a little. But it was just packaged not in the right way. So I'm like, there's definitely something here. But what you're doing now is fucking great. And the breakdowns that you're doing, and it's like, I definitely think that over the next couple years, like you could really do, like, not that you're not doing well, but like you could fucking really do well with your content. Like, have you, where are you at with like media passes and shit for Supercross too? Would they give you any of that stuff?
Oh, no. Again, we're guilty of first impressions, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, maybe my first impressions...
I think we should try again.
Yeah.
Would you go to more races?
I mean, for sure. If the opportunities were there, I'm at the point in my life where I'm all for... what was it, Michael Jordan that said you miss every shot that you don't take?
Yeah.
You know, it's re-changing people's persona about me.
Yeah,
and
perception,
exactly.
Yeah.
And like, there was an incident with World Supercross where they used one of my videos.
Yeah.
And then it was one of my friends sent it to me, and I'm like, sweet, finally, you know, I'm getting a little bit more accepted as like, this is okay. Because truthfully, I think that there is a place for all of us. You know, it's like a big, a big pond.
I agree,
right?
for sure.
And maybe the moto community, they like to hold on to, maybe not necessarily the community, but maybe the industry.
The industry,
that's making money. They don't want to lose pieces of that pie.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, but they're playing. This is the problem. Like, what you're talking about is right now the problem with media and the industry and all that shit, right? So, like, the internet is completely democratized. So, like, when I started the podcast, I wasn't like, I was fully an outsider in a sense. Like, I guess I'd worked in the industry a lot. I know a lot of industry people, but there was I was commenting from a place of like, I was stuck in Australia, hadn't been to America in 5 years, but I'm on MotoSpy, and you know what I mean? Like, I was starting to get my own traction in there. Now, like, I'm sweet. I got media passes. Can talk to everyone I can talk to Dave Prater, I can talk to Davey Coombe. Like, so now I'm kind of more in that. But I think that's the beautiful thing about the internet, and it's like, once you do your thing for long enough on the internet and you earn enough, I guess, credibility on your own, then I feel like it's like too big to fail. You know what I mean?
Sorry, I interrupted you.
No. And so I think, like, I definitely got to that point with this where it's like, you ask for a media pass, it's like, okay, well, he's obviously me. You know what I mean? Like, whether we'd give him a pass or not, he's still getting millions of views every single weekend, and he can say whatever he wants to say to a massive audience. So it's like, why not? We just work together. And so I definitely think you're starting to get into that territory, and I'd like to even try and maybe help on that front where it comes to like getting media passes and stuff, because I think the sport needs more good journalism and good critique and breakdowns and content. Like, we need to keep building. So like, for me, when you're talking about like, oh, that means that they're coming in, they're taking my money from the industry, so that's like zero sum, and that's what a lot of people in media have been like really good at doing. And even the shit that I got at the start, I think, is people coming at me because I'm taking away their income. They're playing a zero-sum game. Mm-hmm. There's a finite pie. I have this much of it, and for him to get more pie, it means that he has to get more of my pie. So that's why you would have felt that way about like the industry being an outsider. But yeah, so I think you get to a point where you get enough views, you get enough credibility that it's like, well, this guy's doing his thing, he's got a platform, we might as well have him as a part of our conversation. It leaves a better taste in your mouth, because then now you can see the glass half full as opposed to the glass half empty, because at least you're in the dance, you're in the conversation, like you're around the thing, you know. So I definitely think you're getting to a point where you should probably start wanting to go to some more races, start doing a bit more of that sort of thing?
Yeah, no, that is for sure my goal.
Yeah.
And it's just convincing the right people. You get more bees with honey, right?
Yeah.
And again, with those sponsors and things that I've gotten denied because they're like, hey, this guy's a conspiracist theory dude and whatever.
Yeah.
And truthfully, even some of my old shit, most of the stuff that I did say was pretty
right.
Pretty accurate.
Yeah.
And I think part of the reason why people don't want me in the club is because they're scared of what I could say.
Yeah.
And
the problem is that nowadays you've got enough, like I think you're getting like 40 plus 1,000 views on most videos, you know, like it's better than most fucking other people in the industry. So it's like
those are paid for views, Jace.
Yeah. The bots. But like you're getting to a point now where it's like you're going to be able to say it no matter what. Like, so I went to MXGP in Trentino, and I don't want to blow them out too hard, but I was like, hey, can I get a media pass? And they were basically like, well, you know, you said all this shit about us when Hurlings is on. And I'm like, well, first of all, he said that. I didn't really say shit about you guys. Like, that was the conversation we were having. I gave my honest opinion. Like, I have no malice in any of this. Like, that I'm calling it how I see it. It was over the qualifying races. They changed the qualifying races. Whoa, surprise, surprise, surprise. Like, I don't know. So, anyway, we have this conversation. And basically, it's like, if you're going to come, are you going to talk shit about us? And it's like, guys, I have fucking millions of people that listen to this, and I don't go to the races, and I can say whatever the fuck I want, not being like, it doesn't change anything. Like the fact that I'm
there or not,
the fact that I want to come to support your race, and I want, like, why would I go there if I want to shit on this thing? It's like, that's not what I'm about, you know? So it's like, I think you're getting in that territory where it's like, hey, you could be a fuckhead whether you're there or not. So it's like...
See, but it's like, how do I do that in a constructive manner? I mean, I know the videos that I've made and talking with Davey Coombs and some of the powers that be, like, we've gotten, you know, my channel has been a catalyst to get rules changed. That were messed up.
Yeah.
I feel good about that.
Yeah.
You know, I think a lot of the way people consume moto content, I've been part of a catalyst for transformation of, you know, I'm a big believer in originality is undetected plagiarism. Yeah. Like, truthfully, dude, I've stolen a lot of your ideas to see how they, like, thumbnails to, like, what is working for Jace.
Yeah.
And how can I implement that to make it better?
And it works.
And it does, right? You know, you just kind of make it your own a little bit. And, and trust me, I see all the magazines kind of...
Everyone's doing what I did.
Exactly.
James's whole podcast. They literally, the whole model, the fucking thumbnail looks exactly the same. Like, everyone did what I did. Cool. Like, it worked. Now look how much more moto content is on YouTube.
Exactly. And it goes back to, guys, it's such a small way of thinking to think that the pie is only going to ever be this big.
Yeah.
Why don't we all work together?
I created my own pie, you know?
Exactly.
And to say as well, too, James, like to say, oh, James's whole podcast. But my whole podcast, I copied other people. They just weren't in moto. I just looked outside. You
got influence.
Yeah, I looked outside. I was a fan of other things. I'm like, I made content that was not in moto that I wish I could have listened to. That's it. That's the secret. That's what Gypsy Tales is. And it's like, then what's similar to that? What do they do that works? That's it. It's not that fucking hard. It is that hard, but it's not that hard.
Well, off camera, we were talking about if you don't innovate, you fall behind.
Yeah.
You know, the whole Kodak, there's plenty of them. And so you got to constantly be innovating. And I mean, Pulp MX, all these guys have stolen a lot of stuff from you. And it's blatantly obvious. But again, it's like, without the writers and without the series, there is no content to even make about. Yeah. So can't we all work together, even if it's not like constructive to where you think that it is all daisies, right? Just I'm tired of the content of I'm just gonna spill what's read on my pit board about my sponsors and blah blah blah. Like, let's have some tenacity, you know, have a little sass in there. Like, that's what Deegan is doing great. And the Lawrence brothers, they are very humble, And so it's a 180 with stuff. You've got Aaron Plessinger, where he's just, hey, I'm this country guy. Like, you learn to love these guys for their personalities.
Yeah, their character.
Not because how they ride a motorcycle.
Because they're all awesome.
Yeah. And like, I think racing should be more... What's the right word I'm looking for? Maybe you can fill in the blanks, Jace. Entertainment.
Yeah.
As opposed to just pure racing, because...
Well, dude, Sexton said it best when he was on here. He's like, the sport is broken up into two parts. First part is it's just a sport, hardcore. We get results, we do this. And then the second part is entertainment, because there's people in the stands, you know? And it's like, you've just got to think about the cohabitation of those two things all the time, I think.
Yeah. And what you nailed the head... You hit the nail
on the head.
Exactly. Thank you. It's got to be the concussions. You know, I've hit the ground pretty hard.
Yeah.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
Anyway, credibility. And the conversations I've had with Feld is they're like, you're not a journalist.
Yeah.
You didn't go to school for this stuff. And I'm like, well, I don't want to be a journalist.
Yeah.
Like,
but I also, like, I don't know. I definitely think you are, like, you contribute a lot to the culture. Like, that's how I judge things, right? And that's what I try and do myself, is like, I want to just contribute to the culture. So, like, this is my way. This Gypsy Tales universe, like, whatever I'm creating here, that's like my unique contribution to the culture. I love motorcycling, I love racing, I love two wheels, I love motorsport, I love the characters, I love the mechanics behind all of it, the whole thing. Fucking love it. So it's like, how do I make a living adding to this culture, like leaving it better than I...
Giving back.
Yeah, and you, like, I think you add to the culture in your own unique way, you know? I think that alone should qualify you.
And maybe at the beginning, I'm not going to argue that I was overly negative, and I was definitely pointing out a lot of the things that I felt were wrong, but that was coming from a bias.
Yeah.
Right. And now I don't want people to make the same mistakes that I made.
Yeah.
And so there's been a definite change in stuff. Like, I do think the rider pay and blah, 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 like all that stuff could be better.
Yeah.
But I do give the series credit for when I see something that is a problem and it's changed.
Yeah.
You know, because that's important. Like, again, if you cannot change what you're not aware of, but once you become aware, you cannot help but change.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That there's a fine line there. And back to the whole thing, like, I had Adam Bailey was upset at me because I made a video, basically a response to him taking down the video of mine. I was
so
like,
they copyright striked you or something?
No, they didn't copyright strike me. They reposted my stuff because I was talking about the World Supercross stuff, and I was super pumped about it because I'm like, sweet, I'm finally getting some credibility.
Yeah.
Like, this is awesome. And then the comments, man, people were being incredibly negative in there. And
what were they saying?
Oh, you can't have this Hopper guy. He's a tool, and just nasty stuff.
Yeah.
The Twitter went off the rails about stuff, so they took it down, right? And so I made a video.
That's a bummer.
And it wasn't. Yeah, it is a bummer, but it is what it is, right? And it wasn't directed towards World Supercross. It was directed towards the people that were posting that stuff, because on my YouTube, I've got a 99% approval rating versus likes versus dislikes.
Yeah.
It was just the same kind of stuff as, hey, how do we make the perception, you know, like, that video was one of World Supercross's best videos on their Instagram over the time that it was on there. And it had something like 200,000 views, and it had like 30 bad comments on there. And I'm going, okay, this isn't a really good statistics on what people think of this video.
Yeah.
Because then if you look at my video and you see a few hundred comments that are much better, like, okay, who's really trying to pull the strings here? So I made a video just basically saying, guys, I'm not going anywhere. Like, I like making this content. People like consuming this content. Therefore, I'm staying around. And if you don't like it, then don't watch it. Plain and simple. But then World Supercross was kind of like, hey, we didn't like the response, you know, and so I had a conversation with Adam. Like, it was breaking the ice.
Adam's a fucking good dude, too.
Oh, yeah. Rider, ex-pro guy, respect the hell out of him. And so we had a good conversation, and it was like, hey, maybe I represented and it led to you thinking a certain way, but telling you it had nothing to do with you guys. Like, all I want to do is work with you guys and help build the series.
Yeah.
Because I believe competition,
dude,
builds innovation.
This has been the best year in America ever. It seems like. Dude. And it's all off the back of World Supercross. And I feel like at least now
and they get no credit for it.
Nah. Well, a lot of people behind the scenes. I'll say this. I'm never a guy that's like kisses and tells. There is a fuck ton of people that are fully in the American industry, that are deep in the American industry, and they're all thanking World Supercross. So they get the credit whether they get the credit or not. Like, people know.
Yeah, dude, it's what they do is going to benefit everyone, right? A rising tide lifts all ships. And as the more people, a lot of people on my channel say that I'm woke about stuff. And I'm like, oh, at first I was thinking it was a derogatory term, like this isn't, but truthfully, being woke is the ability to change your view with new information is presented to you, right? The same thing if you're convinced the world is flat and then there's irrefutable evidence that no, this shit's actually round.
There's no irrefutable evidence that the world's round. Can you imagine if I just hit you with that and we just went, oh.
I mean, okay.
Gross.
We could go off.
No, we're not going there.
No, nobody really landed on the moon. I mean, what's out there is not. We live in a simulation.
I could get more on board with that than anything else.
That we live in a simulation. I mean, well, if you think
purely just based on math.
If the Big Bang happened 14 billion years ago, and it came out of thermodynamics, just this giant explosion of nothingness, like that makes no sense. To me, that kind of sounds like the old
booting up a hard drive.
Yeah, the old CT cathode ray tube.
Yeah.
TVs turn on. It's like
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And then it's expanding forever, infinitely.
Yeah.
And there's supposedly a finite speed limit of 63 million miles an hour.
Yeah.
To me, is the hard drive only that fast?
Yeah.
Because then if it doesn't happen, you get the blue screen of death.
Yeah.
Like, who's really behind all this stuff?
Well, let's go on a bit of a tangent. I remember as a kid being fully obsessed with the world being a simulation, basically. Like this was my math as a kid. I'm probably like 11 or 12 at this point.
How old are you, Jace?
35.
35? I always pictured you as a older brother.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I actually didn't know how old you were until you said that. It makes sense. We're similar age. But yeah, I remember being like 11, and my analogy because I went to a Catholic school, so it was just all God, 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 God. And I was like, fuck. It's almost like we're a rat in a shoebox. And I would think like, if there's a world outside, and I guess this is like the parable of the cave, essentially. But like,
Plato's.
Allegory. But I wasn't there. I wasn't reading that shit at 11, So, but it's like
I can see it.
Yeah, you're a rat in a shoebox, and then it's like, okay, figure out what's outside the shoebox, and then you're like, okay, well, I'm gonna need more info, and they're like, no, the only thing that you can use to figure out what's outside the shoebox is what's inside the shoebox, and then you're like, okay, well, there's not enough here. It's like, cool, you'll never fucking know. So like, to me, that was like the analogy in my head of like what being a human was. And that's at like every level, like even the way that you perceive reality is the same. Like your brain is in a vat that is your skull. Like, so your brain is completely in darkness. And then your eyes aren't windows that look out into the universe. Like, you're not behind your face looking into the world. There's light that's hitting your retina, and then those light signals are being electronically mapped to a certain part of your brain that produces a hallucination that essentially like lets you see reality. But it's like, there's no red in the real world. There's no sound in the real world. Like, there's light, different wavelengths of light that's hitting your eye, and then there's different wavelengths of vibrations that are being converted to sound. So it's like, we're just a fucking rat in a shoebox, even inside of our brains. So it's like we're a rat in a shoebox in our brain, and then we're collectively as a species, we're a rat in a shoebox in terms of like the universe. You can't get out past, it's like, just go to the end of it. No, sorry, you can't. So it's like all of that same thing. It's just like, we're just like a Russian doll of like, okay, you can't get out. You can't, every level that you go, you just get to a point where it's like, no, there's no, and then you go, okay, well then there's God is what's outside of that. And then I would think, what would be the point of having a simulation? But like, can you imagine, I don't know if I've ever spoke about this on here, but could you imagine having like,
I'm all into it, dude.
So if we're not in a simulation, that means we're reality 0 or reality 1. Like we're the fucking floor 1, right? And then so you go, all right, let's say we are that. And then we go 14 billion years into the future. Let's say 14.1 billion years in the future. And then we can create like our own simulation, like VR, like the metaverse. Like let's say you create the metaverse, but we're 150 years in the future, and that metaverse is indistinguishable from this. Like, think about.
Well, then at that point, how do you know that your original one was
exactly?
Was the
how
one?
Would you ever get to reality 0? Like, how would you ever get there? If you can get to a place where you can't, because we're going there. Like, there's Moore's law as well, so it's like technology.
Computer power doubles every 18 months.
Yeah. So you think about, I was only just thinking about this on the way here. You think about playing music, right? If you have, let's say you have like a Neuralink in your brain, do you just have Spotify that just plays the song in your brain? Like, basically what's happening is you're hearing vibration that's coming from a speaker that's hitting your ear, and then that is getting, again, it's just a projection. It's like a hallucination of hearing that thing. So if you can, let's say you don't need speakers anymore because you're skipping the step of like needing the analog real world vibration to hit your eardrum, and then those vibrations then get converted to the sound that you hear in your brain. So it's like, all right, let's just skip the analog input, because all that's happening is the analog input hits your eardrum, that gets converted into like essentially like the sound that you hear. Let's skip all that. Let's just produce the electrical signals in your brain that would play Panic at the Disco. So it's like, instead of playing Panic at the Disco and then the fucking sound comes out of the car speakers that vibrate. So like, what? You have a Neuralink in your brain in 20 years and then you just play music and it literally just plays in your head. Or you want to watch a movie, you just sit in a dark room and then you play that, and then the appropriate electric signals are stimulated inside your brain. So like, we're getting to that weird of a world, right? And then it's exactly your point. Once you can get to the point where you can simulate reality, then what the how would you denote like what's reality?
We're going like
so
totally
it's like
religion here.
So it's like it's like spinning the top in Inception. It's like, that's how he knew that he was in quote unquote like the real world. But then you think about the reasons why. Like, so then you have a simulation. You can just run time. Like, time would just become the weirdest thing then. So like, let's say we're in a simulation and we're being run on someone's hard drive or whatever. Like, you could literally just go like, okay, I'm gonna, like, what happens if Donald Trump becomes president? Let's run the simulation. What happens if the economy, what happens if there's a world with only white people? What happens if there's a world with all of these different races and all of these different, how would people react to aliens? Like, imagine just, you have this simulation where like, you can just kind of do things. There's these hard limits on the NPCs that are in the computer, and then you go like, Donald Trump's going to be president, like blah blah blah. You'd run 1,000 simulations, and then you'd just run it over, like, our entire universe could be on like a 10-minute time scale to like reality 0 essentially. But then you have the people in the simulations just running time as like a normal thing, so that you see. Anyway, I'm rambling with like crazy shit, but that's dude, the fucking reality. Like, that could be true.
I'm full blown with you now that I'm older and is oversharing. My family was fairly religious. My grandma, she comes up to me all the time and she thinks, gives me a big old cross because she knows that I don't believe in God.
So you're fucked.
Yeah, I'm
You're
purgatory forever,
Yeah,
right?
you're done.
And truthfully, you know, I think nirvana could be torture as well.
Yeah.
Because if you could be 100% happy all the time, like that almost sounds evil too. Because
But that would be nothing.
it would be nothing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Out of sacrifice comes opportunity, and because of pain, it makes the pleasure
You need
that
polarity.
much more.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so I'm right up there with, I don't know about the simulation hypothesis because, you know, somewhat I believe that we could potentially be in a simulation. But if I had to choose a religion, because truthfully, I feel like I'm probably going to get in trouble for my view on this stuff because, again, I'm oversharing, but, you know, what the fuck ever. All religion, I feel like, is a little bit based on control. And it's a cult, you know, whether we're in moto or whatever, we're kind of a cult. And I don't really care if people believe in whatever holy book, the Bible, the Quran, the Verda, you know, like it all stems from being a good person, right? Like naturally, like, you know, were we born being good people or were we somewhat evil at a time? There was a little statistic that in one of the last books that I read that was talking about, it was The God Delusion was the book that I read.
Yeah, Richard Dawkins.
Yeah. And he was talking about, they asked atheists or, because I would say I'm more agnostic. And if I had to pick anything, I'd probably pick.
I'm agnostic as well, I'd say.
Okay. If I had to pick anything, it would probably be like Hinduism.
Yeah.
It's probably, you know, mind, body, and breath is kind of the things. And, you know, you live life through karma and good deeds kind of a thing. But I digress. They talked about if there was 6 people in the hospital that they all had some fatal organ, do you go up and kill one dude that's in the waiting room because you could save 6 people, you know? And they were trying to ask religious people versus non-religious people, and then it was a unanimous decision. People wouldn't do it because it was like morally wrong. They went through all that kind of stuff. But jumping back to the whole simulation hypothesis, I mean, it's you think about how much time we spend on this plane is 100 years. Like that's incredibly rare over supposedly the last 4 billion years that the Earth has been around. Like honestly, it doesn't matter if you are a Ryan Villapoto who has this many championships or you had 1 million followers or blah, blah, blah. Like at the end of the day, throughout time, it's not going to mean anything, you know? So like you might as well just enjoy where you are right now and try to give back to people that you can. Like my definition of success has changed dramatically. It's not so much of like what I have, it's more of like how do I feel inside and how can I impact somebody else? Because again, like this is it doesn't make sense that we live here for 100 years if we're lucky. You know, some people are not near as lucky, and then you go on to heaven or hell for eternity. Like that, to me, that doesn't add up. I'm more of a spiritual person with energy, like you know, rain,
precipitation.
Yeah, precipitation, ash to fire, like all that. Even though that was backwards, like it's all renewed. And do we get renewed into a new timeline or what? Just back to like the Plato's allegory of the cave. Like we know very little about the world, and Stephen Hawking has even an idea that he calls the Big Crunch, where you've probably heard of it.
Well, I've read a brief history of is it a brief history of time or what's his book? I think it's a brief history of time or something like that. Yeah. Anyway, keep going. Yeah.
As far as Big Bang happened, the universe is ever expanding. Whatever could happen has happened and is going to happen. And then at the end of it all, it's going to then reverse and everyone's going to live time backwards, you know, to where like death was actually the birth of life. And then, you know, people would celebrate birth as if, or they would mourn birth as if it was death. To me, that just sounds freaking crazy. It sounds stupid, but at the same time, you're like, these are some really smart ass people.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting that, not philosophers, but theoretical physicists, most of them are either atheists or agnostic.
Yeah. Most of them don't even believe in free will.
I mean, that could totally go towards the whole simulation thing. Because if you think about it, like, Jace, what do you think happens when a tree falls? If no one's around to see it, does it actually happen? Or I mean,
well, yeah, I mean that's one of those like the rat in a shoebox thing. It's just information you don't have. You know what I mean? It's like, I guess, yes, it does. In terms of,
I don't think if somebody's, the whole simulation hypothesis is basically it doesn't exist unless it's observed.
Yeah, so that would be more like saying that consciousness is fundamental. That's basically what that would be saying. So like, there's no physical world, there's just like your conscious experience of the physical world, and if it's not in your conscious experience, then it's not real. That's basically what that would be saying, right?
All right. If it's not, well, but
what you're saying, right? So if a tree falls over
and no one's
there
to
see
watch it,
you're saying it doesn't actually happen.
That's kind of, well, no, that's what the simulation hypothesis says.
I don't think so. That's so what that is basically saying consciousness is what's fundamental in the universe. So like, that would be that if there's no conscious observer of the thing happening, then it didn't actually happen. You need to consciously observe it for it to happen, essentially.
Yeah.
That's what you'd be saying, right?
Yeah.
So, but I don't believe that's true, because that would basically, like, if you boil that point down to zero, then that would be saying consciousness is fundamental. If something doesn't happen within your consciousness, then it doesn't happen at all, right? But so, like, what happens if someone reverses into my van right now?
Well, it was observed by somebody. There's somebody on the road or something that sees it, right?
Okay.
Like, it's a processing problem.
Yeah.
Right? Like, have you ever played video games?
Yeah.
And, first person Call of Duty or something?
Yeah.
How they work to get it to work on these shitty little computers is you've got a field of view.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And whenever you turn around,
it's black. That's what your consciousness is, yeah. So it is definitely right on some level.
But then if you have another player across from you that's looking at you, then if you turn around, they're looking at your back. So they're being observed too. Yeah. But if you both were just looking forward, technically there's no processing being behind.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's kind of the whole
But
simulation.
that's your experience of the world. Like, that is your first person perspective experience of reality right now. But so that would be based, so yeah, I guess it's like, I agree with that, but I don't think that that's like, I think that there's a fundamental like reality that's underneath. So like, this desk is going to be here. Like, there's, all right.
Okay, Schroeder's cat. I'm sure you've heard of Schroeder's cat.
Schrodinger.
See, this is where that's why that book, that chaos book, I'm like, I need an audiobook because I'm going to mess it up.
Yeah. But so, all right, this is a good example of it. So if everyone leaves this office is empty from it. So there's no one observing this office. So does that mean that it doesn't exist when...
See, that's the problem I have with the simulation hypothesis is because I'm like, how could it not exist? Because we all know that it's in this physical plane.
Yeah.
Like,
but so the physical plane though, so that whole, what it would mean is that the universe is being implemented as like a really simple line of code, essentially. So it's like you basically, you know how you can like run some lines of code and you like type some
chat
code,
GBT,
you press enter and then it just everything propagates. So that's what this actually brings us to that chaos book that you read. So that's like a fractal, right? Mm-hmm. So that's, you kind of get midway through the book and then they start talking about, what's the guy's name? Now I'm blanking on his name. It's right there. Mandelbrot. So Pedouin Mandelbrot of Peter.
I need to reread it because that book was way over my head.
So
maybe I'm a little bit...
Yeah, so it's it gets in line with what we're talking about, right? So basically, he started getting super into these fractals, right? So you basically run... it's like a super, the Mandelbrot fractal, as it's one line of code this long. And then you run that code and it looks like this crazy fractal that literally goes to infinity. So like you can zoom in and out of that fractal an infinite number of times, an infinite number of ways. And so basically I'm not a mathematician, but basically when you run the fractal, when you run the equation, whenever the point is going to 0, the fractal is black because there's like positives and negative numbers in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then whenever the fractal heads towards 0, there's a black point marked on the graphic for the fractal, right? So when you visually represent it. But when the equation goes away from 0, then you mark it with a color. And so you can use all different kind of colors for like different ranges away from 0, right? So then by running that one simple line of code, you press enter on it, and then you supplement the X and the Y's with values to away from 0, then you end up with this fractal that you can zoom in and out of infinitely. Like you can zoom infinitely deep into the fractal. You can zoom infinitely out of the fractal. It looks... Have you ever seen it?
No.
All right.
No,
I wish we had the TV.
We need so that we can look at it.
Next time you do the podcast, it'll be like that. But basically, like, so that is, I can't remember exactly how we got to this point, but basically, like, the whole universe, as complex as it is, it's infinitely complex, right? But so's a fractal. And so, but a fractal is only off a tiny line of code. So as far as the simulation theory goes, it's like, our universe is one. So basically, like, think about, let's go back to the Big Bang. So you've got this tiny equation, right?
Catalyst.
And then you press enter on that equation, and then it can be visually represented infinitely. So it's like literally an entire universe. Like you could there's things on the internet where you just type in like Mandelbrot fractal, right? And it'll show it, and you can zoom in and out, and there's all these people create artwork. There's all these like stalactites and stalagmites and shit. And basically like you could spend infinite amount of time zooming in and out and like moving around the fractal. And at every point you are, there's a mathematical equation for that point where you are in that fractal. So that's the universe, you know, like it's very similar in terms of our universe.
So do you think everything is just like ones and zeros?
Well, we're not
like binary. Because I mean, as a fractal, like, then you're kind of saying everything is just code. And
yeah, so I can see because of
everything is just bits.
Basically, but like how we're like confused by reality because we can see such a clear reality, you know.
But and is it like our pupils, like what you were talking earlier, are a certain size? If it was much smaller, we could see X-rays or radio waves, but instead,
that's where we are in the fractal.
Okay.
You know.
Okay. So I'm starting to understand.
Yeah. So like basically, that's where all of this, you just have to come at it from the point of like reality isn't real in the way, like you can't take reality on face value. Like again, there's no color in the world. There's no sound in the world. Like.
Well, then why be a good person if?
Okay, let's put that on a bookshelf and go. Okay, because that's a good question, right? But basically, so it's like you see the world. You have 4 receptors on your eyes, right? At the back of your eyes. They all measure different wavelengths of light. So red has the longest wavelength of light. So when red hits it, there's a certain frequency. So it's like 850, whatever the fuck it is. And then so it's a wave, right? So light comes at us as a wave. How long that wave is, that's how we see color. So we've got 4. Blue's the shortest, red's the longest, right? So that's like the oldest light in the universe is red light because that's come from so far that over time, like the light wave has stretched. And then so we can't see... we've only got a range of frequency that we can actually see. So this is what you basically just said, right? But then once it starts getting longer than red, it's X-ray, gamma ray. Like that's how... So we can detect shit from the universe, and we say that's the oldest part of the universe because it's the longest wavelength of light.
Yeah, it's literally seeing in the past.
Yeah. So the same with hearing. Hearing is waves. So it's like... there's this stability in the universe. So like what we see as real are like essentially just patches of stability in the universe. Because there's gamma rays that are all around us all the time. There's X-rays that are all around us. There's different electronic. There's sounds we can't hear. So what we see as reality is just these parts of the fractal or the universe that are stable. They're always there, and they can be measured with our senses, right? So this table is always here. It's stable. The molecules that make you know what I mean? Light bounces from this and hits my eye, always the same. It's always replicable. And so our brain, I know what this looks like as a table, so I can walk in a room with other tables, and I'm like, my prediction machine, like, because the brain is just a big prediction machine. Like, what have I seen before? That's a person, that's a face, that's a face on it. You know what I mean? So it's like all our brain is doing is decoding this raw data that is in our wavelengths, you know, so you've got the red and the blue, anything in that spectrum, that's real to us. Anything frequency-wise, noise-wise, that's real to us. And we live, that's the universe to us.
I want to know where you stand on, because you said you're agnostic.
Yeah.
So, like, what do you think happens when we die?
So, all right, well, let's go back to why be a good person then, right?
Okay.
So the world...
And I want to know what you think about Schrodinger's cat then, because...
Give me Schrodinger's cat again.
Okay, Schrodinger's cat it's a box.
Yeah.
And supposedly there's a cat in there. It's neither dead or alive. And kind of the simulation hypothesis states that it is not in a level of superposition, but it's everything all at once.
Until it's observed.
Until it's observed.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? So, like, with your table analogy here, that, like, it's always a dead cat or an alive cat. There's nothing else. But supposedly, because, again, people that are a lot smarter than I am.
And me also.
Yeah. They suggest that Schrodinger's cat is neither dead or alive, but it's also anything ever possible. It's a motorcycle in there. You know, it's a cup of coffee. It is the entire universe. Like, it is everything imaginable all at once until you open up the box, and which sounds completely
but I guess, like,
bullshit.
But they're going off mathematics. So, like,
well, it's the same thing with, like, an electron with light.
Yeah,
like, it's not that until it's observed.
Yeah.
Then it turns into...
Yeah, so I think that would fall under the, like, that's out of our wavelength. You know, so that's why they're using... So, like, that's why they say mathematics is the domain of all languages. So it's like, if it can be computable and then it can be implemented, then it's real. So, like, that's how scientists and theoretical physicists, that's how they think, right? Because they're, like, there's only so much science you can do off, like, what you can physically see in front of you. Like,
because you're the rat in the...
Exactly. Yeah. So, and it's like at CERN, like, they're doing shit at CERN with fucking, like, particle accelerator. Like, no, you can't see that. So it's like they're using mathematics, and then they're running the mathematics, and if it's, like, computable and implementable, then they're going, this must be real. Like, they're taking that information as real because it's using a lot more than just your eyes and your hearing and you know what I mean? So I think that's where it's, again, rat in a shoebox. Like, you get to a certain level where it's like you just don't have the information at hand to figure it out, you know? So, and then...
Okay, but you need to answer the question back to...
Being a good person.
Being a good person and what you think.
So I think life is all luck. All luck. There's no... Even down to, like, I don't feel like I have free will in the way. I feel like I have free will, but when I stop and really notice and I really look, I don't have free will.
So it's just happening to you.
Everything's
it's like all
happening.
programmed.
It's like... it is just... predictable, I guess. Well, like, if you knew the future, everything's, like, predictable. It's predetermined in a sense. So it's like there's an arrow of time that's moving one way, and I am a vessel that's in the universe that's just being acted on by all of these other forces that I have zero freedom over. So wherever my will takes me, it's as a result of being pushed around the universe by all of these other things that I had no will over. So it's like, how free is my will if all of the things that I'm willing are only just a result of the cause and effect behind me that I had no will over. Does that make sense?
No, it does.
Yeah.
It does.
So,
but it sounds a little nihilistic, though.
It is yeah, that's the thing that I was literally talking to Cinderella about this yesterday. But it's like, I had probably 3 months where I'm like, when this kind of really hit home, and it's like, okay, this isn't going anywhere for me. Like, this is just, like, when you understand something and go.
No. I'm just trying to understand, like, you had 3 months of
nihilism. Like, nothing means anything, you know? Because, yeah, it's like, I don't really have, like, I'm sitting here, like, I invited you to be here, like,
which I have no idea why, you know.
But it's like, that's a thing that happened. You know what I mean? Like, I never knew who you were. There's no freedom in me even knowing who you were. Like, you popped up on my Instagram. I don't have it. There's no freedom there. And then the way that I was influenced by you, and then the things that led to another, and then the fact that I'm sitting here having this conversation is due to, like, yeah, I invited you, and then you said yes, and you got, so there's like, I've got this one tiny degree of, like, quote unquote freedom, which again isn't even really that free, because, like, I didn't ask for you to come up on my computer screen and to see your videos, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So everything that's happened downstream is what gives you the resulting upstream. So then it's like, at no point am I the person that's like, do I feel like I consciously made this decision, like, fully, it was all me, 100% my autonomy. It's like, I didn't choose to be born. I didn't choose my parents. There's so much stuff that I didn't choose in my life that led me to be that person. And then and this is why you meditate, and this is why, how you find this out to be true, is you just sit with this claim. Like, what's the next thought that pops into your head? And, like, where did it come from? Did you think that thought before you thought it? Or does it just arrive? And do you have any control over the way that it arrives? And the answer is no. And the answer's no for everybody, you know? That's thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years of contemplation. Like, if I say, don't think about a pink elephant right now,
I'm definitely not thinking about a pink elephant.
But it's like,
I might be thinking about a pink elephant fucking another pink elephant.
But that's an input that you had no control over. Like, where's the freedom for you not to think about that? I'm speaking English to you. You understand English. You have zero freedom to stop understanding the words that come out of my mouth. 1 + 1 = 2. You are not free in any way for that not to be true in your brain.
So are you thinking you're like an NPC?
Not really. Like, you're just, I guess this is when, to make sense of this shit, like, you have to kind of get a little bit spiritual. You know, it's like, what you are is experience. Like, you're conscious. That's it. You are conscious of your own experience. And then I could talk for another fucking 2 hours on, like, how that comes to be and why it comes to be and why it would come to be, why it makes sense to. But it's like, that's it. You're conscious. You're having an experience, right? That experience is then, I guess, layered with context over the top. Because you think about a kid, right? You look at a baby that's in a pram that's like 2 years old, and it's just looking, it doesn't know any English, doesn't know any words, it doesn't know anything about itself, it doesn't know it's still fully undeveloped in the social sense of the word. It's having an experience. Like, put yourself in that baby's shoes, right? What would the world look like to you if you were 2 years old in a pram, looking out into, 6 months old, looking out from the world in a pram? You don't know English, you have zero context. What are you having?
An experience.
You're just having an experience.
So here, let me ask you this, because I have a different view on this. Okay, speaking of, like, babies,
yeah.
What is your oldest memory? Like, if you could zoom back, how old were you when you remembered?
I would not even know. Maybe 4.
Okay, see, that's
5.
There's a big gap there.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, there's the whole argument.
But what is a memory?
That is very difficult to
what is
answer
it? Like, what is a memory?
It's an experience.
But what is it right now? Remember something. And what is actually happening to you when you're having a memory?
I'm thinking of the memory.
And
or
what
trying to.
What are you thinking in?
In space, I'm inhabiting this.
But you're thinking in English.
True.
Like, you're just so.
I mean that you're enlightening me into a way like, hey, when I get hurt, I don't tell my body to, hey, can you heal this for me? Like, I don't have any control over that. Or when I get sick, or whenever I'm feeling bad, or when my anxiety, or why I get addicted to certain stimulants, whether it's coffee or other stuff. I'm just kind of at mercy at what's happening to me, and I can react to it, but am I really in control of reacting to it?
But okay, so let's stop right there. So yeah, you've got all these things that's going on happening to you, right? So the universe is happening to you. Everything else is just thoughts about that experience. And even your thoughts, like if you're not thinking your thoughts before they're like, because what a thought is essentially is like words in your head, basically. Like it's an internal narrative, like you're narrating your own experience.
And see, that's why I'm super scared of the whole Neuralink and being more into this metaverse.
Yeah, bro.
Because you know how much you could manipulate somebody
yes.
if you could get them to think like this is actually coming from you and make them believe that this thought happened to you. The power at B is ridiculous. Like I think so many people should be really scared. Of big tech. Like they shouldn't be scared of the government. It's who controls, like the same thing we were talking about as far as credibility, too big to fail, right?
Yeah.
You can say whatever you want on the internet, which makes you viable, but then also a threat.
Yeah.
Same thing for me, right? But if same thing with the Deegans and whatnot, like it's semantics. It doesn't matter how big you are. If you're that big, you own Twitter, whatever.
Yeah.
You can't be denied. And that's big tech. They give us these things for free, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, but then they collect all this data, and then you get this random pop-up that you think like, oh, I need this new truck. Oh, I need this new shorts or whatever. You think that came to you. And some of the thoughts of, you see all these attractive people on Instagram, you feel bad because no. Like this is a narrative that's being told to you, and you are being conditioned that it magically. See, we're kind of agreeing.
Oh yeah.
Here on stuff,
yeah.
And backing up to what I was asking about where your last thought was. I don't really remember much past 4 either, and what I believe that there's a reason why we don't remember that is because. Like my daughter, she's brand new. Every experience is nirvana. It's bliss. It will never get any better. Like that's what a drug addict goes after, is they always chase the first high. Well, if you could remember every first experience that you had, it would be very nihilistic, because just your state of happiness would constantly be in a downturn, because you could never relive a first experience again to give you that same level of just happiness. So therefore it's kind of wiped from our brain. At least that's my definition, because I'm at mercy of, with my OCD and some certain things that gone on with my life, like it could be detrimental to be stuck in my own head. And that's why like motorcycles were so good, because
you've nailed it.
It gave you a presence of being in the zone. It was forced meditation.
So you don't 100%. So you don't want peace of mind. You want peace from mind. Mind is the thing. So if you think about what...
Here, you got to say that again so I can kind of think about it.
People don't want peace of mind. They want peace from mind.
Yes.
So that's a guy, Naval. I'm going to text you a podcast that you're going to listen to on the drive home. You're going to fucking love it. So what is your mind? What would you say your mind is?
Maybe an extension of my soul, if I was.
But just like practically, what is mind? What is your mind? What does it do? How does it show? How do you relate to your own mind?
I mean, that's a difficult question to ask. Like, I'm confused by trying to answer that.
So, like, how I would answer that would be like, okay, my mind is essentially thinking about my experience. Like, your mind shows up as like a when you're thinking about something. Like, you'd use your mind to construct a sentence. You'd use your mind to think about a problem. Your mind shows up as like, oh, where's my keys? I need to find my key. Where did I put my keys? Like, that would be, you'd think like that is mind right there, right? But again, it's like when I think people don't really spend enough time analyzing thoughts. Like well,
that's what's scary. That's like what meditation is for. Like once.
But all it's for, right, is to just figure out what your mind is. There's no
really turning it off.
No. Like, people think that you meditate to quiet and like it does happen, right? But again, you're not there's no control over that. And
it's fleeting.
Yeah. So there's the ground floor is you realize that yourself, like, what's yourself? Like, who am I? Like, that's the big question. Like, what is I? I is this ego. It's a thought about yourself. Like, and you're just relating to your own experience, right? So that's why I said about a baby. A baby has no way of relating to its own experience. It's got no language to describe it. It's got no way of communicating. It's not like, I can read your eye contact. I can read your body language. And all of that is being decoded as language. You know, like, you see it, and then I'm like, oh, Johnny's like this, or Johnny's feeling this, or everything comes back to these.
I'm so pissed off at this thing.
But everything comes back is thought, you know? And so again, it's like, when you ride, you're getting peace from mind. Like, you're still the same dude that would have anxious thoughts, OCD, negativity, but that they don't have, there's not a space for them to show up because you're fully absorbed in the activity that you're doing. And the same thing happens when you're like watching a movie, right? Like, why does that feel so good? Is because, like, me and you, right? Like, I'm implicated by your gaze. Like, you're looking back at me, and
and it's your voice.
And but there's you're aware of yourself here. Like, there's an arrow of attention being pointed back at you, like, whatever you are. And when you watch a movie, so you can be watching this like intense fight or argument or this intense experience, but you're not being implicated in any way. So that I thought and that self-consciousness and that feeling completely drops away, and you're fully in the moment. So that's why watching movies, sex, partying with the boys, playing golf with your mates.
It's all the pleasure stuff.
But that's all when the self really drops away. Or there's like a thought becomes more like the thinking that you're doing, and it's very grounded in the present. But when you're just like driving and you're on autopilot and you're thinking, I wish I didn't say that in the podcast. I wish I didn't say this. That's all the point of meditation. That same shit happens when you're sitting meditating, but you're kind of not, you're not being instructed to be aware of it. But it's like all that's happening is that there's just these would be like negative thoughts that are becoming your mind, that you're not authoring beforehand. They're just being delivered to you, but you're connecting to them as they are you. So, meditation, whatever, those thoughts happen. You notice the way they happen. You're not authoring those thoughts.
But the patterns can be conditioned.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, everything that's why, like, you wake up as Johnny Hopper every day. That's a pattern. You know what I mean? So those are the patterns that over the 33 years that you've been alive, like, you've just been conditioned to thinking that you're you and your thoughts are yours. I think this way. I am I. So it's like, who am I?
Okay, so what do you think about the singularity? Like, what do you think happens when we die?
Well, it's just experience is turned off.
Like, nothing.
So you're
nothing.
No. Where were you before you were born?
Well, see, I have a different perception of...
But where were you before you were born?
Where was I before I was born? I don't know. I was something else.
Yeah.
I was inhabiting either a different space or...
But it wasn't you that you are now.
I mean, see, that's where I...
But in terms of, like, your first person perspective, Like not
all
could it
these
have happened?
atoms lining up as me. No.
Yeah.
To that.
Yeah. So it's like there's whatever you are having, the experience that you're having, it wasn't that before you were born, and it won't be that after you die. That's what I believe. But so, and again, I still haven't answered the why would you be a good person, right?
Yeah,
so,
no, we definitely went on a tangent.
So
I feel like I need to buy you a beer, and we could.
We're good. You don't need to do shit. So, yes, you do need to be a good person because it's all luck. Everything that you, so like the thoughts that you have, like, so if you don't think about it like
well, I
this,
know some really shitty people that seem to get away with a lot of stuff.
I mean, lucky. They're lucky, I guess. You know what I mean? But it's like, so let's say your whole life is luck, right? I basically believe that you just do things in your life that would beget more luck. Like good luck begets good luck, essentially. And that
Law of attraction.
That would be karma, essentially.
Okay.
So like if everything's luck, which I'm pretty convinced at this point that it is, that, and the thoughts in your head, again, luck. Like you're not controlling them, they're being delivered to you. Like there's thoughts I wish I didn't think, there's behaviors I wish I didn't have. I'm definitely a work in progress, and I try and move in a direction where the universe will be influencing good thoughts, and that's hanging around good people, having a good job, having a good wife, having a good reading, understanding, like, because there is a you, there is a real you that is moving through the world that needs to be that there's good or bad things can objectively happen to, right? So like for me, I've basically given up on the concept that it's anything other than luck, and the whatever influence I have over my life is basically all doing things that would tip the deck in my favor of getting blackjack over and over and over and over. And it's like you just want to be the kind of person that good things happen to.
Yeah.
And so negativity is going to stop that. Jealousy is going to stop that. All of these negative kind of things that a person could do in their life, they will ultimately, I believe, add towards like more negativity kind of coming back to them. So that's what I believe.
I think we can be friends, Jace. You know, I wasn't sure when I first walked in here, but I'm convinced now. Yeah.
Good, I'm glad. But, you know, and I think it's weird to think that, you know, I think not a lot of people think the way that I do, but that's, I've put a lot of time into.
Mark Twain says, if you find yourself on the side of the majority, you should stop and reflect.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
You don't want to be a sheep,
Yeah.
right? You know, you want to, at least, the way you perceive stuff, like, you are defined to think the way you do. Like, you have no control over it.
Yeah.
And you were just born different.
Yeah.
Essentially,
Yeah.
is where I'm getting at it.
Yeah. So, but anyway, I don't know if that answers anything for you. We went on a mad tangent.
We did.
Not mad at it,
A
but
mad tangent of like the meaning of life, and it's just interesting to hear.
What resonates with you there? Like, is there anything that, or was it just all dribble?
No, I mean, the majority of it resonates with me because I've had a very nihilistic view on stuff.
Yeah.
And like, again, I come from a religious family, and then, you know, I cannot talk about politics, religion, or that kind of stuff with my family. Cause again, I'm an oversharer, and I don't think bad about anybody. I think it's until I have irrefutable evidence otherwise.
Yeah.
I'm open to interpretation on things. And you heard me, like I'm damn near think that we live in a simulation. You know, bits and bytes. Quantum computing is just around the corner. Bytes in a computer are just ones and zeros. Quantum bits can almost be in a level of superpositioning where they're neither one or two or one or zero. Like they could be neither or both at the same time.
Yeah. And
it's so interesting. And for me to think that, like, okay, the world is only 8,000 years old, but then everything around me is telling me otherwise. Like, I don't really know what to believe as far as what feels good for me and what makes me feel content with where I'm at. Yeah. And ultimately, like, I feel very lucky that I get to live here right now in this era where things are relatively good times. I mean, you've heard the scenario of like bad times create strong men, and then strong men create
good times create weak men. Weak men create hard times.
Yeah, we live in a very good time, right? And that's luck.
Yeah.
Right?
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Success is with luck meets preparation.
Yeah.
And
but then you can fall into a pit of nihilism if you get to a point where you think like none of the things that you're thinking are your own or whatever. But it's like, I think the antidote to that is like, okay, so fundamentally, it doesn't matter in that sense. Like, it's not you doing the things that you think you're doing in terms of like consciously doing. But it's like, but if everything ultimately means nothing and you can reduce it down to nothing, but you're still here and you're still having an experience, then why would it not make sense to get the most out of this
Make
experience?
It a good one.
Yeah. So that's the cure for nihilism. And like, I was there. Like, I probably spent like 3 months being like, Jesus fuck, like nothing is me. Nothing, you know? But then there's so much freedom in that at the same time too, you know? Like, I just get to be more of like a witness to my experience in a different way, you know? Like,
Did you read Everything is Fucked?
Nah.
Okay.
Is that the dude that wrote? Is that Mark Hansen?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No, I haven't
who
read that.
wrote? What was his other book?
Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but anyway, so that's the universe.
That was the book that really helped me, because I was in a very, very dark, like I was in a very dark place on stuff, and I didn't know how to handle stuff. And what really gave me meaning was riding, because I got to run away from all my problems that I didn't really know that I had problems, because I was constantly riding, and I was addicted to riding because it was essentially substance abuse.
I feel the exact same way. Yeah.
And truthfully, like, once that was gone, I was left with like, what the fuck do I do? And that's where whole Buddhism, Hinduism kind of came in. It was like, how do you be okay with the self? Like, if you're a type of person that can be locked in a room by yourself for an extended period of time, you are somebody I want to hang out with, because that means you are self-aware, you are more enlightened than other people, you're on a different wavelength than people that I normally hang around, right? You're somebody I can learn from. You're somebody that's got your shit together. And I read a book once I was having a baby because I was freaking out. It was called Raising Men. Even though I was having a daughter, it was called Raising Men, and it was written by a Navy SEAL. And he said that movement is essential. It's not optional. Yeah. And because every time, working out, it's one of those stimulants, right? It releases endorphins that we don't get to choose and blah, 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 but it makes us feel good. Yeah. And I used to work out for a purpose, right? Yeah. Like pushing myself so that I could be better on a silly dirt bike. And then once the dirt bike was kind of taken away, it was, okay, what's the purpose? Like, I need to have a purpose to work out and to kind of feel good. And once that book happened, because I worked my ass off for 3 years to just be able to walk, right? I've got some messed up stuff going on with my leg, which I'm very lucky. There's much people that are much worse off than me. So what? I can't move my foot, and, I've got a bunch of bolts in my leg. Like, there's people that are much, much worse off than me. But anyway, I came to the conclusion that, like, I need to start working out again. I need to start feeling good. Something that's going to help my negativity to the point where it just makes it easier to start thinking positive a little bit more. And that all started, and then I got into, hey, I want to run. I want to run a marathon. I've never done that before. And, like, how cool would that be to be like, I've got a peg leg where let me run a marathon. And then that turned into like, hey, I'm going to race a Spartan race. And then things became to kind of have a purpose. And then I decided, hey.
And it's not some grand purpose.
No.
And I think that's something that fucks people up, is that they think the thing that they have to do is to be the best at the world at something and be pro. And it's like, no, like, you can just do the thing for the sake of doing it and extract all of the goodness out of it. Like, think about dancing to a song. Like, there's no finish line. You're not going anywhere. Yeah. There's no point A and point B. It's like the song starts, and then you move your body and you dance, and it feels great, and all these things happen, and then the song stops, and then you stop dancing. It's like, did you get anywhere? No. Like, could you could you fucking, you could say there's like a caloric benefit and there's whatever, like blood flow, like that. Yes, there's benefits, but it's like there's no destination to dancing, and that's a great thing to do. So it's like it even kind of goes back to the analogy of like of life, you know what I mean? Where it's like, is there a purpose? Is there a meaning? Or is it just nothing? It's like, it's just a dance, bro. Like, your life is a dance. The music comes on. It wasn't on before. You didn't know. There was no music playing at all before you were born. Nothing. Then you're born. The song comes on, and it lasts 100 years. And then the song stops. Is there a fucking point? No, but dance. Get up and dance. Like, there's a song playing. It's going to finish. You either dance to the song or you sit and stand still. And, like, there doesn't have to be a finish line. There doesn't have to be a result. You don't have to tie anything to the dancing of that. You can just dance to dance and enjoy it.
Well, and see, I think that's where a lot of people, especially again, we talk about, like, this podcast is to give back. Like, same thing with mine is I want to help teach people to go about things a different way. You don't need to compare yourself to somebody, because comparison is the theft of joy, because you don't know what their experience is, how hard they've worked and everything. Like, the best comparison to success is against your past, and just what you were saying is there doesn't need to be an end goal. And I see so many young kids that ride bikes and they went out there, had a ball, raced hard, blah, 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 come back, and dad's like, you got 7th.
Yeah,
then all of a sudden their mood just completely changes.
Yeah.
And it's like you just changed their perception of reality to what was good to now it's something that's horse shit.
Yeah.
Like that's bullshit, right? Yeah. And that happens so much.
Yeah.
And so how do you do that? Well, you could then first have to become aware. You got to realize what's going on and just dance your own freaking dance.
Yeah. Yeah. So, good little segue into the training stuff that you've been doing. You've been going fucking ham, bro.
Dude,
so you're doing an Ironman?
Yeah, it's a 70.3, so it's like considered a half Ironman. Okay. So it's a 1.2 mile swim, which I'm deathly afraid of. It's kind of like the main reason why I wanted to is because
I'd be pretty scared.
I sink. I don't.
Is it a open water like a?
Yeah, it's in open water in a lake or in the ocean.
Yeah, okay.
It depends on what race you're doing.
Lake, I'm cool. Ocean, not cool.
Yeah, I'm pretty cool by myself, but with 40 other dudes that are kicking you in the face and stuff, that's when you panic. I did an Olympic triathlon, which is essentially like a half of an Ironman, and I panicked in the water. I was getting some bad info from some other people on how to swim, and my heart rate was like 180. Truthfully, I had COVID while I was racing, and so it just was a bad thing. But I had to do it because I had to see how I was gonna react in the water. Because I'm a big believer, especially while I was riding, is to do something that scares you, because that's a good way to feel alive, right? And so that was kind of my purpose of this whole thing, is like I don't care about the result. I just want to finish to prove that like
you can do it.
I can do it.
Yeah.
With the injuries that I've sustained, like I can do it. There was a time when I couldn't walk without a AFU brace, UFO. It's something, because I've got drop foot on my foot. Like I have no control over my foot. And then once I started kind of walking, it was just real painful, and then it turned into like, hey, I need to try to run a little bit. And especially when I started this Ironman training, I couldn't run a mile without my other foot going numb, because it was doing so much of the heavy lifting. And so I was like, man, how am I going to get to this scenario? And then once I started kind of going in open water in the lake, I would do like a 100-meter swim, and you can't see anything in the ground. Yeah,
it's gnarly, eh?
And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm starting to have all these thoughts coming through that something's going to kill me. Yeah. I'm going to get eaten. Yeah. And so I started panicking, and I was like, dude, there's no way I'm going to be able to swim 1.2 miles. Like, this is crazy. And so I was like, the only way out is through. I need to just continue it. At this point, I'm 23 weeks into a program.
And Coach Rob's been helping you with that?
Yeah, Coach Rob has been... Dude, I wish I had Coach Rob when I was racing, because I always thought that, like, you had to be better than what you were
the day before.
Every day. Every day.
Yeah.
And that's... biologically, your body can't sustain that much intensity.
That's not how we work.
No. And this whole thing was like, no, Johnny, you're going to start real slow, and you're going to stay in zone 2, and we're just going to find the happy place there. And I'm like, well, what's zone 2? He's like, it's a good talking pace. We could have a podcast in zone 2. And so when I finally was like, all right, coach, I'm going to give this to you, I was doing like 11-minute miles. And I'm like, there's no fucking way. This is bullshit. If I instantly start running a little bit faster, my heart rate just goes through the roof. You know, granted, I wasn't training for a while and everything. Like, you know, I let myself get lazy. But he was like, no, just trust the process. It's this Maffetone deal where this was a guy that built the scenario before there was even heart rate monitors. And eventually, you know, he was like, oh, it's really like 180 minus
your age.
220 minus your age is typically your max heart rate. But Maffetone, he's kind of saying that like you start off with like 180 kind of minus your age. And then that's going to be a low enough number to where you can exceed that.
Aerobic,
you do not exceed that. And that was massive for me, because now I can stay in there and I can do about like 7-10 miles in that zone 2, which is good. But you can't tell Coach Rob. I've got a herniated disc in my back right now because I had a problem at watching my daughter, and I wish I was doing something cool, but it was backflip gone wrong at the little kid gym, and I ended up scorpioning. I'm getting old.
Oh no!
And so I went to the emergency room, and luckily they say I just need like 6 weeks to recover from something like that. But right now I'm having a hard time running. I've got an IT issue, and it's from my other leg that has like no muscle on it, starting to get stronger from all the cycling I've been doing. So I'm honestly nervous about doing this Ironman. This Ironman
when is it?
It's October 22nd.
Okay.
But right now, like, even swimming hurts because of my back, and I just it's unfortunate, but again, I'm like,
it's just what you got to do.
It's just the only way out is through. So I'm just gonna keep trying, and it's been good to have a goal. I've been stoked, and I really wish that I would have had this program when I was younger, because it would have just changed everything, because I blew my wad during the week, so then when I went to go racing, I was already tired. I wasn't gonna be peaking at all. Like, it was bullshit. And like, it's such an unfair advantage if you have, again, what I was saying, the whole Bill Gates quote of success happens when luck meets preparation. You know, if you look at many of the pro guys, they've got a trainer and stuff, and they know this stuff. They've been told this stuff, and doing the work is the easy part. I mean, we all can be like, okay, today you're running 10 miles. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. You're going to do 6 motos, but you're going to make sure your heart rate doesn't go over 140. Like, you can do that. But you need to trust somebody that you can follow that program, that it's going to work. And I wish our body was more of like a simulation, where you were playing The Sims and you knew when you had to go, you know, when you leveled up and blah, blah, blah. And you never went down in fitness or something. But that's not how the human body works. And so you get to a point where you feel like you're plateauing, and then all of a sudden you have another jump up as far as performance go. And you just like we were talking about with your podcast, you keep going, and it's going to compound and compound and compound. But if you stop, it might be able to hold itself off for a little bit, but then it's going to dip, right? And then
that's how your body works with fitness.
And that's like, truthfully, a lot of guys end up with Epstein-Barr and adrenal fatigue syndrome. It's because it's this whole ideology
grind,
I need to be doing, you know, pegged constantly, and if I don't, I'm not hard. Like, motocross and these supercross athletes, they are fucking insane. Just the mind on them to be able to just be like, I'm just gonna fucking hit my head against the wall and just go until the wall breaks down. Well, sometimes they just knock themselves out and fall backwards, and then they get back up, and then they go bang their head against that same wall.
Or you're Ricky Carmichael.
Yeah, that's a whole...
And you just fucking kill everybody for your entire career and then dip.
Well, see, and then this is the outlier thing.
Yeah. But then we take the outlier to be the mean, you know?
Which is fucked up.
Yeah,
and that's how you get people like myself that have a bad perception on reality.
No, 100%. Well, it's cool. I've been watching you do your workouts and that sort of stuff? Because I'm kind of like in the same boat with the World Vets thing, nowhere near as gnarly as doing an Ironman. But for me, like, I think I'm probably at like 50 something 20-minute motos for the year.
Hell yeah.
Like, I've put in a massive effort. Like, that's what I was talking to my wife the other night. Like, I can't wait till it's over. I bet you're in this position too, where it's like, just because I kind of want to get my life back, where I'm not, like, my schedule now. Alright, so I'll also preface and say that the 50 plus motos probably haven't accumulated as much compound interest as they should have, because I keep doing what you said, not training basically. So it's like, I'm in Dubai 3 months, motos every single week, 6 20-minute motos a week, and then it's like, go to Australia, get married, don't ride, don't do anything for months.
Well,
and
see,
then,
that's just life.
Exactly.
Just adapted.
Yeah, so it's been, I think it sounds, the workload that I've put in, like if I took all of the work that I put in, instead of starting in January, started in May, and there were no dips, I'd be killing it. But because it's over such a long period of time, like I've let myself dip a little bit. But again, I've been in like 7 countries this year. And
dude, but what an experience. Man.
Yeah, I mean, it's super cool, but not good for Glen Helen.
Well, I guess I will use your words that you told me about a year ago. Here's the goalpost. Just move the goalpost.
Yeah.
You can only do so much.
Yeah. And I'm trying to have that perspective. Like I've been enjoying the same way that you have. Like, I've never run in my life, and I always said I'm shit at running. I bought a pair of running shoes in Dubai, and I've been running. I've done hundreds of kilometers running this year, which is more than I've ever done. And I'm probably riding better than I ever have, and I'm definitely fitter than I ever have. Will it be enough? Probably not. But this goal in front of me of doing World Vets has definitely been like something really cool to work towards.
Well, and that's what keeps you, like, when you go run, and it might be a hard day or something, that's what keeps you pushing, is because you have that goal. Yeah. And like for me, running, I hated running because it was always just, again, pegged. But now when I go for a 10, 13 mile run,
base run, you're just stoked.
I can call a friend. Yeah. And it's honestly like, it's that meditation kind of time where it's a little bit given back to me. Yeah. Which is nuts. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've been feeling the same thing. Yeah, I've been loving it. I never ever thought.
Are you gonna check anybody at the World Vets?
I'm gonna do my best to not fuck with anybody. I want to stay off the ground, and I literally don't care how I do, as long as my only goal is fitness. Yeah. That's like my only goal.
What class are you racing?
Probably 35B and 30B. I'm probably gonna do 2 classes.
Shit. You're pretty good with the visas and everything?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be around.
I need a fake ID for like a different name and over 35 so I can join your class and then,
not get killed.
I can not get killed and maybe take you out or something.
Yeah. Well, you're so much faster than me.
I don't know.
No. Like, I've seen you ride. You're 100% faster than me.
The older I get, the faster I was.
Yeah. No, but you're still. I watch you ride. What was it like? So when you first did the podcast, you hadn't ridden and you were like very anti-riding. And then after the podcast, I told you that you had to ride.
Buy a 125.
You did. You didn't buy a bike. You rode other people's bikes, which is fine. But how was riding after so long of like not liking it and having such a negative look on it when you finally started riding again?
Truthfully, like, if I'm being uncandid, I never bought a 125 that you told me to.
That's right. I never bought crypto.
Okay, see, we're even.
I need to do that still, though.
Yeah, no, dude, there's no better time than the present. Yeah. But you don't even have to buy crypto. I just want you to invest something. Yeah. Get $25 or something.
Invest myself, bro.
Yeah, dude. Fucking A, look at what you have around you, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, again, there's a reason why you've been so successful is because you're working your ass off and you're investing in yourself. Like, it's admirable. Like, dude, I respect the hell out of you. And every time I see your stuff, like, I try to watch as much as I can. And, everyone I talk to, dude, you've created like a small empire, especially in moto, and you are not holding yourself just to moto. You talk to so many people, and you are now, to most people, you are the ruler. Like, this is where you need to get to.
Yeah.
I mean, it's absolutely true. But to answer your question, right now, life has been tough for me. because my wife is in vet school. She's doing her rotations now, so my wife is gone from like 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Yeah.
And I had this silly venture of turning into an Ironman, so I sold my bike so I could buy a $13,000 time trial bike. And I don't have, again, my circle is so small, especially since the last time I talked to you. Like I took a lot of the negativity out of my life, and I don't have a lot of close friends where I'm at in Arizona, and I don't get a whole lot enjoyment. Riding to me was that meditation. That's what I had. I had a goal, but now that it's gone, you know, I'm like, what does it mean to me? Right now, riding with I rode for a while, and then I ended up hurting myself by twisting my ankle. I'm getting older, and I am trying to go as fast as my mind remembers, but my body can't, because injuries are just what they are. Dude, fucking ego, right?
Yeah, that's ego.
But in order for me to like turn off my head, I need to have that adrenaline. Yeah. And because I've done something for so long, in order for me to, like, I can almost get hurt if I'm just out there riding slow. Like, I need to have the adrenaline. And again, that's my problem.
Yeah, that's just a story you're telling yourself. But okay.
Yeah. It would be more fun if I had, like, I can't wait to move back home to have some of my friends, because like
where's home again? Colorado.
It's Colorado. Yeah. A lot of my little brothers and stuff are now getting into riding, and I'm like, fuck guys, I want to teach you. I want to do stuff that I couldn't do before because I was so all about myself. You know, I want to ride. I want to brake check them. I want to knock them over. I want to see them fail. I want to see them jump stuff. You know, I want to teach my little girl how to ride. Like, that's the enjoyment of the community aspect for riding, and like going out in 120 degree weather to go ride at ACP, or everyone's like, Johnny, you should just go race GNCCs. I'm like, guys, I know how that book ends, and there's no point in doing it. There's literally no point in doing it. That's why the whole Ironman thing came up. It's like, okay,
that's cool though.
Time and place. This is just where I'm at right now. Like, here, I'm going to do something productive right now. Yeah. And that's what I've decided to do. I'm not saying that I'm never going to ride again, because it's always going to be with me. Yeah. Like, it's always going to be with me, but just the narrative has changed. And right now, like, it's too much fucking effort to work on my own shit, go ride, take a 2-year-old and take my wife out when it's blistering hot and when she needs to be studying for this NAVLE, this big medical exam. Like, it's just not worth it. She needs to be in her own little world, and I need to just buy some time. And so how did I decide to buy some time? Well, I'm like, all right, Rob has got me doing 10 to 12 hours a week of swimming or blah, 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 blah. So that's it. I definitely want to ride with you, dude. And when you were telling me like, hey, let's go fucking ride, I'm like, God damn it. Why am I such a cheap ass? Because I could have afforded the bike, but instead I'm like, I'm cheap and bougie, right? Yeah. So I decided to sell the bike so that I could get this, because it made the most amount of financial sense, because I'm like, I've got that factory connections. I've got that factory edition Husky just sitting in my garage, and I just see it as a depreciating asset. So I'm like, if I'm not using it, my real goal was I was going to sell it, and I was going to sell my truck, and I was going to invest that stuff in Bitcoin, is really what ended up happening. But, you know, certain things kind of changed, and so that was an open-winded answer. It's definitely changed. It's definitely changed for me. Time's just not right now.
How was racing on steroids?
I only raced one.
Okay.
Right. I was 26 years old.
How'd you feel on steroids, and how did it affect your moto?
Dude, I felt like I could recover from anything. I wasn't getting tired. I felt like I could keep my heart rate at 180. Like, it was, I wish I would have done something like that when I was in my 20s. Yeah. Like, I could have had more opportunities, is what I thought. Could it have changed anything? Maybe not. But it was one of those things where it was like, you never do that. You never do that, because it's just wrong. Yeah. It's morally wrong, and I'm a good person. I'm not going to go morally wrong. But we've talked a little bit. The scenario leveraged me to, like, my wife was not happy with me. She was like, dude, this is bullshit. Like, what is happening?
And why? What about?
Just I was spending a lot of money racing, and I
Yeah.
kept getting hurt. And my dad was going down the drain. Okay, that sounds fucked up, but my dad was dying.
Yeah.
Right, and our relationship was kind of dying at the same time, which was sad because I was just getting married, and so I was pulling on, let me grow up, and our dynamic was my dad controlled the racing and therefore kind of controlled. It was hard towards the end. I mean, we had so much good times at the beginning, and I loved it, and it kept me away from drugs and blah blah blah. But towards the end, I wanted to quit. I wanted to quit a long time ago, but I didn't know what else to do. I didn't know what else to do because I had this dream of like, I'm so close upon the precipice of something happen. Like if I stop digging right now, the next person's going to come up and find gold. Like I will never know the end of this story if I don't continue to bang my head against the wall. So I continue to bang my head against the wall, regardless of how it affected my relationships and whatnot. And so, my family and plus the riding was putting a lot of pressure on my wife that I had no idea what was going on because I was blinded. I had blinders on for racing. And anyway, so I decided, fuck it. If I'm going to give myself one last shot. So I got in contact with some other riders. They got me in touch with a doctor, and I had a couple video calls with the doctor, and I got it's been so long, but he was telling me I needed to get much bigger because I was 125 pounds at the time, and
that's insane.
Like I can't, because I was training all the time, because I thought like that was how I could be successful, is if I just outworked people. So I was riding 50 miles on my bicycle, and I was running 10 miles and whatnot, and then I was doing all these motos, and the caloric intake wasn't there, so I just was losing weight.
It's so hard to put on weight. Like when I'm training jiu-jitsu properly, like every day, dude, I just eat whatever the fuck I want. Like it is impossible. Like I just get shredded, and I'm just eating constantly because you're just burning so much more than you can put in. And
that's where I wish I had somebody like Coach Rob, where I wish I had some guidance on that stuff. Because if you look at the main guys that are doing well, Sexton, AC, like from when they were on 250s, even Lawrence, when they were on 250s to now being on big bikes, there might be an argument there that they've put on some weight. I'm sure it's natural, but they've put on some weight because somebody knows something about this and like, hey, if you're going to ride a bike that has more horsepower and is heavier, you need more weight to throw it around, right? Just your legs can be stronger, so you have less pressure on your arms so that you're not getting the lactic acid in there. Like it's physics, right? And I could not ride a bike for, on a rough track for 30 minutes at 125 pounds. So anyway, fast forward,
So what did you get?
So I got Trenbolone.
Fucking let's go.
Yeah, that stuff was gnarly. Testosterone, and they were different esters. It was called Tritren, so it was like 3 different esters, because I guess esters they'll be absorbed in the body at different times. Like one might be like 6 hours, another one might be like 48 hours, and the next one might be like next week before it's in your system. Yeah. Right. And I was told by this guy that I needed to take almost 900 cc's of accumulative with the Tren and try test, and then I was taking some Masteron to kind of help. It was like a bodybuilding cycle, and then after that, then I got some EPO, and he told me I should continue to take my albuterol because that would expand my lungs, but I would move down from 900 cc's to about 150 of test because I still wanted to have a little bit of this. So riding on Tren and testosterone was awful because my arms were it was like I had arm pump before I even got on the bike. Really? But inside of 6 weeks, I went from 125 pounds to 175.
Damn, bro.
Yeah, that was gnarly. That was and like I'm not saying that like I was.
Were you doing weights and shit?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you were hitting weights and eating a lot. Okay.
Yeah. Because my whole thing was like, I'm going to go after the arena cross and I'm going to do well. I'm going to get some sponsors and I'm really going to show what I can do. what I can do. Because, biased, I feel like I know how to ride a bike. Or
You
at the
do
time.
ride good. I'll give you that.
But anyway, I did not take the 900 cc's because I was super scared. Oh, and then I was taking like this HCG that they gave me because of the amount of testosterone that they were saying. This HCG stuff is a hormone that women make while they're pregnant.
Yeah,
and
so that would balance out the estrogen levels.
Yeah,
in your,
yeah.
in
And then
your
I had
system.
these other estrogen blockers in case I started getting like weird feeling on my
and shit.
Yeah. So anyway, I lowered the 900 cc's to 450. As I was like, I'm just cutting it in half because I don't know what this shit's doing to my body and blah, blah, blah. And I could not sleep on that stuff. Like the first time I shoved a needle in my ass, I was like expecting to feel this. Like it was going to be like taking cocaine or something. But
have you ever done any other drugs?
Truthfully, I come from a family of addicts. And so I have an addictive.
So you never did anything?
I have an addictive personality, and so if anything that gives me pleasure, I want to like over consume that. So I've been scared.
That's good.
That I couldn't turn it off.
Yeah.
But now that I'm older and I want to be more enlightened, I've definitely been interested in like things like ayahuasca.
Well, you can't get addicted to that.
Yeah.
You can't get addicted to mushrooms. Like it's just doing it in a big dose. It's just not something that you're going to get addicted to.
Yeah.
Coke, you can definitely get addicted to.
Oh yeah.
Adderall, all that shit. That stuff's fucking worse. Prescription stuff, I think, is the worst for addiction.
Well, and it's a depressant. I've seen what that stuff does to my family, and fast forward me being addicted to, God, what the fuck was it called? It was morphine, and then it was. I can't even remember what the other drug was.
Oh, like the painkillers.
Yeah, that was bad. That almost destroyed my relationship with my wife and everything too. Like that was
So
awful.
that was when you were already married and you had that injury.
Yeah, this was after. I'm kind of
that's
fast forwarding, but I couldn't sleep. I had massive night sweats because of the trend, and you were horny all the time. That was nuts. But I could not sleep. I could go do the workouts that I needed to, and then literally 4 hours later I'd be sore, and then I wouldn't be sore anymore, and I could go do it again. Like it just made the recovery process. It was just an eye opener where it was like, could people be doing this behind the back?
Yeah.
It's not like they're not doing the work, but they can just fit in so much more work in such a short period of time.
Yeah.
Like this can't be good for the body because it's just over accelerating. Like you could literally see probably if you were to do this long term, just the years of your life just get knocked off.
And dude, that bodybuilder shit, like man, people fucking drop dead all
at
the
40
time,
years
like
old
30,
and everything.
40, yeah. There was a dude recently, 30, dead. Just jacked to fuck.
But no, this was to an extreme. Like now that I'm in my 30s, I've talked to my wife about going to a TRT clinic.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe that's the ego talking, and so we've decided no, because truthfully in my relationship, she wears the pants, I get to pick out the pants. That's just married life.
Yeah.
But I got through the bodybuilding cycle, and then I started 3 weeks of the EPO, which was expensive as fuck. But dude, that was awesome. That was just awesome. You just felt like you had an extra 20% more in stuff. And
how do you take EPO? As an injection as well?
I was taking pills with it.
You can just get pills for EPO?
So
it just works like that.
Well, it's an anemia medication for stuff. You can take it in the syringe, but I never did.
Yeah.
I never did. And I was taking still the small little bit of testosterone, and who knows if it was even the real stuff.
Yeah.
But it felt like it was the real stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the kind of thing where you could tell. Like you've been training your whole life.
Yeah. Well,
like it works.
I definitely got big on it, and then.
Also that much weight. Yeah, that's a lot.
It's just not going to happen naturally. I could eat whatever. But then my first race back with that stuff, I qualified inside the top 10, which has never happened to me before.
Where was that at?
God, was it Kansas City in arena cross? And I was doing really good. My dad wasn't there, and it was a bad deal. And I was like, this stuff works. I'm going to continue to do this stuff. And then I had the issue where I had a quick throttle where it's like a half throttle to a half turn. And I tightened it too tight, so it was kind of sticking. And I had a crash in the whoops during not qualifying, but during the first heat race. And it was then the lights were coming up for the next one, and I didn't realize that because I crashed, it pushed it in a little bit even too farther, so it was locking on me. And I remember hitting the throttle to rev the bike, because you're not allowed to start the bike for a while until, the 30-second board or whatever. And my wife was my mechanic at the time, and I grabbed the throttle, and it was like, and then I had to manually turn it down, and my wife was like, don't do this. And I'm like, babe, I'm not going to miss this race. Like, it'll be fine. And maybe that was the extra testosterone talking. I don't know. But I ended up missing a whoop. Just front wheel dropped over, then kicked. And because it was, because I was already fourth gear into the whoops, so I was already wide open. And so when it kicked me, my hand fell off the bars. And so I was just riding the bike into the wall.
Wide open.
And so at that point, I just tried falling off the bike. So I did a lazy boy, and then, my leg hit the wall with the bike, and then that's when it shattered my leg, and the rest is kind of history.
That's fucking crazy.
And dude, I that created this whole process. Like, again, I'm not a super religious person, but at that point, as I was hitting the wall, I was like, Dad, if fucking God is real, can you pull some strings? Like, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna enjoy my life with my wife. I wanna have kids, and I want to move past all this stuff, because this is just, it's too much burden. You know, like I'm done. And I never thought I'd be done racing bikes, because
that was your whole life.
I thought I'd be I thought I'd be Mike Brown, going to Loretta or whatever and being 50s and still enjoying it.
Yeah.
But again, whether it was destiny or what, had other plans for me. So hit the wall, look up, and I'm like, I'm still alive. Still alive. I remember Travis Sewell, he was telling me, he's like, dude, you shook the stadium. And I was like, and I was yelling at, my wife was the first one there before the paramedics and everything, which was crazy, because like when I went, the whoops were set up to the little opening where they have all the heavy equipment, and where like you enter the track. And so the part of the concrete wall that I hit was right next to the giant skid steer. And so if I would have hit anything in that, I probably would have been way more mangled than what I was. So I got really lucky, spent a month in the ICU, and then kind of the rest is, there's a lot of stuff that happened in there, but it doesn't really matter. Again, my whole point is now to just try to help people do something different and educate the guys coming up how to do it a little bit differently, and have some fun making some content too. But that was, do I recommend people do drugs? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Is it an advantage? Oh, F and A, it's an advantage. But if I'm being honest, I would have done it much earlier in my career. Not because I wasn't good enough was the thing. It was a last resort to try to answer questions inside my head. Yeah. And so I was doing it for the wrong reasons, right?
As someone that's done it, do you think you can see people racing right now that are doing it?
Yes.
Because you just fucking know. Like, if you've done it before,
but I think
you just know.
It's a less number than what we think, because
you think?
I think talent has a lot to do with
100%.
a lot of guys.
Yeah.
But I think part of the deal is because there's such a pay gap, right? Yeah. And so if you could just put that much extra, it's the whole compound effect. If you could put more work in, eventually there's going to be a gap that widens. Like, if you could do if you could ride 5 hours more a week because your body could sustain that deal, it might not happen next weekend, but in 1 or 2 years, you now have ridden and trained
hundreds and hundreds of hours more.
It's accumulative to 3 to, like, this is the whole reason as to why the MXGP guys are now better than the American guys at Moto. It's because half the year we're focusing on Supercross, where they're focusing on just hammering outdoors. Like, it's just simple math that they are going to be better because they are more proficient at that craft.
And they've just spent more time compounding.
And drugs enable, it's the last bit of the equation. We're talking like a 1 to maybe 5% gain there. But when you're talking about the best in the world, is it willing to do that? I mean, there's been so many stories.
And then the problem is too, is when you're in the pits and then you hear like, oh dude, he's doing this and he's doing good. And then you're like, you almost don't think it's as cheating as what it is when other people are doing it.
It's now the baseline is,
and that's what happened
par.
in cycling.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't be competitive if you didn't do it. But yes, do you reckon there's many dudes doing it?
I think there'd be more guys than what you think about doing it. I don't think there's the guys that everyone is pointing fingers at doing.
Yeah.
I don't think that's there.
Yeah.
I think it's more susceptible to guys coming up. And truthfully, like, there's no testing in the sport, if I'm being honest. And that's just kind of the lack of money.
Yeah.
But
because it's like $8,000 a test.
You see, I
for like
didn't
a base level, like a USADA type of test. Like, so if you test one dude, it's $8,000. So what's that if you're testing the top 5? $40,000 around.
Yeah.
So it's like realistically.
Well, okay.
They wouldn't be doing trend though. They'd be doing peptides, HGH, possibly EPO, I reckon. Yeah.
No. And it would be more of an off-season deal if they were trying to gain weight, right? And so that's why I do think you should be bigger to ride a 450 as you need to be stronger.
For sure, we're seeing that now play out.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've said it on your podcast before that you're seeing more of these guys looking more like football players.
Yeah. But I know too, like, that's not to accuse anyone though. And it's like weird because when you have these conversations, like, people always want to kind of put in their head like, who's he accusing?
I've got DMs from teams on stuff.
Really?
Right? But I can't.
Yeah, you're not going to.
I'm not going to ruin anyone's career on stuff.
Yeah,
like,
which is the move.
And truthfully, I don't even know if it's true. Give me a positive test for it to be true. Just because there's some accusations out there, like, because a lot of people sometimes they want to come to me and because they think I'm going to just throw it on the internet and do that stuff. Because and truthfully.
It's the same shit I get all the time. I'm just like, bro, I don't give a fuck. Honestly, I ain't saying that.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No.
But it's such a big topic because, like, I was the first guy to kind of start coming out with stuff like that. But I didn't have anything to lose, right? Yeah. Because it was already gone.
That's such a good point, bro.
Yeah, I had, and so.
I used to think about I think about the reckless shit I used to say. And it's like, yeah, but there was a time when you had 30,000 people on a fucking download, not 1 million people. You know what I mean? Like, the gravity changes once you start to have more influence. Like, your words end up carrying more weight, and you eventually have to start taking shit more serious. I take shit way more serious now than I used to, because back then, who the fuck was?
Well, you have to, because now you have a responsibility.
Yeah, 100%.
Right, and I know from being treated poorly on the internet, the last thing I want to do is have somebody feel anxiety, feel all the stress, feel the sadness and stuff because of words that I said, right? That's the last thing I want. Even if it's somebody I don't like, I don't want that for them. Like, that's awful. That's awful to look at these darn comments and then have them kind of eat you, you know? Fuck that, right? So, like, I've made a conscious decision. No, that is not the person I want to be. No, that is not how I want to be perceived. And fuck, if I don't get as many views or blah, 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 because I'm not leaking this information, I can go to bed at night. Because for me, success is not about how much money or followers or whatnot or what craziness that I've caused, because there's been some dumb stuff that, anyway, that is whatever. I just want to feel good inside, and I want to feel like I'm doing a good job with the content that I'm creating. And so that's why I'm not going to accuse anyone of stuff. But to answer your question, fucking A, yeah. I think it happens more with guys you wouldn't expect, and then maybe, you know, who knows what's going on there, because there's a lot of gray area that could happen with racing, because there's not the level of testing that you would like, maybe at some point, right? Because it comes back to that same deal. You cannot change when you're not aware, but then once you become aware, you cannot help but change. And, you know, maybe when one of these guys retire maybe, and they don't sign an NDA that says they have to give back all the money if something whatever, then maybe. If not, I'm not worried about it because I don't want to affect their livelihood, and who cares if my name goes through the mud. I did it for one race. Would I do it again? Yes. Would I've done it a long time ago? Yes. But that was just because I wasn't good enough, and I needed help.
No, it's fine. It's super interesting. I mean, dude, for me, like, I literally can't do as much jiu-jitsu as I want to do now because of my body. That's it. I do not recover. Like, I go and I train, and it's so fucking gnarly. It's so hard on my body. I can barely get enough liquid in because I sweat so much when I do it. So it's like just an hour of just fucking pouring sweat, right? Mm-hmm. And then then you burn thousands of calories. Like I'm talking like 15 to 2,000 calories per session. And so you have a day then. I do about 1,600 calories non-active a day. And then you add 2,000 on top of that. So now you've done 36, 100 calories for the day. All of the twisting.
Well, that's a pound.
Literally, dude. So it's like then all of the force on your joints and your back and your fucking neck and I'm rinsed. So like I literally, when I first started, I used to be able to train. I got to a point physically where I could train 5-6 days a week, and I would do sometimes 2 times a day. And then I literally just got to a point now I just can't do it. Like the base that I would have to build up would be insane. And I just physically, like now I'm at a level too. Like when you first start out, you're not at a very high level. So like the intensity's not there, but then you get higher and higher. It's like riding a bike where it's like you can't go as fast as your mind will kind of, it's the same sort of thing. But yeah, I think, and openly so many fucking dudes are doing steroids in jiu-jitsu. Like at every level, every gym, everyone is doing it. So then you're a natural dude that's going against guys that
it's like a health
natural.
Clinic now with stuff. Yeah,
it's crazy, dude.
And there's lots of TUDs and stuff that you could get. Therapeutic youth exemption.
Oh, yeah.
That guys can do at the professional level.
Yeah.
Dude, it's substances help out so much, and they don't even have to be steroids.
Yeah. I think peptides are like the big thing in the moment. Yeah. Everyone's pretty into peptides.
It's been a while since have you ever heard of SARMs?
Yeah. That's a peptide basically.
Selectric angelin modular receptor stuff.
Yeah. Apparently they work pretty good too.
Well,
but I think peptides has kind of replaced them.
You don't need like a post-cycle therapy with that stuff.
Yeah.
Where you don't have to really worry about your whole stuff tanking.
Yeah. Did you have any of that, or you did it all pretty good?
I got nervous once, and I ended up taking too much of the estrogen blockers and the HCG. I think that's what it's called. And my mood I was super depressed.
Yeah.
And it had to have been because I just put too much estrogen in my body.
Yeah, just being a bitch.
Yeah, just total. Like, just butterflies, and I'll just, like, crying.
That's so fucking beautiful, man.
No, but, I mean, it would have been way better if I had, like, a team with me that knew what the fuck they were doing.
Yeah.
Where it was just, like, I was trusting the hands of somebody that I had a couple calls with. Like that was the most nerve-wracking thing but if I had the proper help, dude, game changer. Same thing with the programs and everything. Like that's why I don't believe that a lot of the riders at today, everyone is incredibly talented, but just like you were saying, there's a lot to do with luck. There's a reason why, if you go back 10, 15 years in Loretta Lynn, that all the factory guys were pretty much all on the starting grid right then, with the few exceptions there. Like they've been riding this much. You couldn't help but be better. You couldn't help but learn. Like I have a strong belief that's why Jett is better than not Jett, but why Hunter is better than Jett is because Hunter's the older, Jett is the young. Jett is better than Hunter because Hunter got to do it first and got to teach Jett what not to do.
Yeah, 100%. Dude, my brother fucking murders me in every aspect of life almost because, and he openly says, he's like, man, I watched you fuck so much shit up Like, I just literally was like, oh, that went way wrong for Jace. I'm going to do the exact opposite. And then that's what paid off.
Yeah.
Like, that's how that shit works.
Success is when preparation meets opportunity.
Yeah.
Your little brother had potentially better opportunities because of you, unfortunately. You know, was that your choosing? No.
No. And it's cool. I'm very happy for him, by the way. But it's like, it just, it makes so much sense that you see the older brother doing the thing that makes the mistake, and then you're just like, okay, I can easily avoid that.
But I guess you could argue that same statement with like Malcolm and James. Like, if you're looking at that model, was Malcolm better than James, or did James elevate everyone so much that Malcolm is in fact better than James, but he's just now going against stiffer competition, and that's why he's not dominating as much as his brother? Or is it just, Malcolm didn't try as hard as James, didn't use the opportunities that were present to him? Like, I mean, you could argue both ways. I personally kind of think that Malcolm learned a lot from James, but the whole game, even after...
Man, I've seen Malcolm do shit on a bike that's just straight James.
Yeah.
Like, he is easily as talented. I think that the thing there was just seeing what James went through in his life. It's like, do I want that? Like, do I want all of this? It's like, I think sometimes people can also just make a decision that they don't want the same things, you know. But he is fucking crazy.
No,
talented.
I'm with you. That's why I think Malcolm is more talented than James with less time on the bike.
Yeah.
Because James taught him. But you're living in an era where, like, unfortunately, this whole sport is changing because of guys like Deegan and Jett. Like, now you're going to have to be so much better than what these guys are because of how much they're leveling the sport. You had Carmichael do it. I mean, first you had like McGrath kind of come in and do it. Now you got Ricky Carmichael, where he's like, I'm not the most talented, but I'm going to outwork you, and this is how I'm going to outwork you. And then you had James show up where he's like, I'm just so talented, but plus some of the work that RC did. And then now there's everyone. You need a trainer. You need truthfully, I see the sport having to kill the privateer.
I kind of think so too, bro. I had this conversation yesterday at Glen Helen where one of the boys from Luxon was saying that, it's such a bummer for the privateers. But then I'm like, does the NBA give a fuck about people playing pickup basketball in New York City? Dude, probably a great fucking basketball player. Don't care.
Yeah.
Don't care. Doesn't fit the model, bro. Sorry. Like, the NBA isn't catering their schedule around a dude that works at Home Depot. Sorry. It just fucking is what it is. So, like, yeah, I kind of agree.
Well, that's why I get kind of a little bit in trouble as far as the whole riders union and stuff. And I think it goes back towards a catalyst for change. And if you think about, like, how you control a big portion of a population, you do it from the children. You do it from people that are susceptible to influence, right? And potentially with what you and I are doing, talking about some of the things that could potentially be changed. You know, the guys that are privateers right now, they're going to get banned. They're going to get banned. They're going to get removed. They're going to stop the bleeding and, like, hey, we don't need any of this. It's not constructive. But what could happen is, like, I've stopped talking to the privateers about, like, hey, you know, we need to just... Anyway, it's not worth anybody's time. Like, it's bad. It's tasteless. Like, it doesn't need to be there. The sport is doing great. You've got World Supercross who jumped in and is forcing change. Awesome. Because the real scenario is, like, how do you get involved with somebody that has the resources to make an honest change? Like, I can talk about change, but I can't do anything unless I get a hold of somebody. It's not a matter of how, it's a matter of who, right? And so the privateers won't do it, but the kids coming up that know, like, hey, if I need to make a living at this, like, it needs to be better and blah, blah, blah. They might not stand for things that are going on today, and therefore they're going to force change as they get older, right? But what I really see happening, if I'm, foreshadowing, is either a stock class being brought up or an F2 class or something that is the production class.
That's what we actually need.
Yeah, I think the sport has gone downhill since we had the production rule come in, like, 2000 and whatever. That was the heyday for racing dirt bikes.
Yeah.
And now it's kind of gone downhill. But we have another opportunity now because of the pandemic. Everybody's got a bike. They borrowed money when interest rates were so low. They got a little stimulus check in, and they didn't realize that they were going to be paying for it the rest of their lives. Mm-hmm. But there's a lot more people involved in the sport now, and so how do we capitalize on it is really the thing.
No, I completely agree. But I think, it's just for us to really, really grow. Like, there should be a development series that like anyone can enter. And it's like, if you got the money, you sign up and you can go. It's on TV and it's like, it's a stock class, so it's quote unquote fair. There's like some kind of ruling around that. It's on TV or it's on part of it. Like
live streamed YouTube.
Yeah, I was going to say live stream the moto. Keep the motos the same, but live stream a development class to YouTube. Suck people in that maybe don't have Peacock or whatever, or play it just on Peacock, exclusive there. Have it as like a combine type of class. Like, why is that not every weekend? But I think that the sport can't grow while it's also trying to cater towards, so like the point yesterday was, they haven't even confirmed the rider entry list. Like, that's not good for privateers that have to work. And it's like, you're right. That's awesome. That's a very fair point. Also, if I'm Feld, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Like, I don't, because
I've got
there's
90
stadium
entries.
dates, there's this, there's that, there's so many factors that go into just getting there to make it happen. I don't give a fuck about that person. And that sucks to say that out loud, but it's true, and it's, again, the NBA doesn't give a fuck about some dude that's awesome at playing basketball that works at Home Depot that can't find his way into the NBA schedule right now.
But could you imagine if all the privateers just didn't show up then? Because then you have 10 guys.
Yeah.
So then you'd have to be catering.
Yeah.
But there's such a strong arm on, because truthfully, if I'm being honest, if let's say there was a coup happening and the privateers were all there, well, maybe somebody like me that like doesn't actually make the night show, I'm the 45th guy or something at a Supercross, be like, fuck all you guys, this is my opportunity.
Exactly.
And so when you have this many privateers, there's going to be guys that show up. Like, if we look at the Nationals, and I was saying this all summer long, that like this is the year of the privateers. Okay, you had a lot of privateers show up and were able to ride. But then the privateer race, between 10th to 30th, that was the most competitive it's been all year, because everyone's like, all these factory guys are out.
Yeah.
So there's so many guys are signing up to try to go.
The sport doesn't do a good enough job of explaining that narrative. So like, at no point, like, I don't know who the best privateer, Ty Masterpool, but like, I don't know who was battling for what each weekend, where it's like, you go to F1, they've got like the best of the rest. It's like when a Williams guy gets in the top 10, or when, like there's like a scale where it's like, we know these people, we know where they finish, we know what equipment we're on, when we know, like, it's a race within a race. And that might be what makes privateers less of a privateer, like, I bet you Ty Masterpool got a lot more support this year as the season went on.
Yeah, now he's on that HBI or team, and that guy is spending a shit ton of money to go racing.
Yeah.
But just the privateers dying, we can totally agree with that. And who is forcing the catalyst to that? Like, think about it. If you're really thinking about it, the futures, the Compine, these aren't enter at your own will type amateur deals on there. They're invite only, and they're invite from the teams, right? Or these kids already have factory potential contracts with these teams.
Yeah.
So they're the next up and coming. So if you can get that, boom, it's already done. That's your F1 class. That's
F2.
Well, I mean, that's the preem class.
Yeah.
So then who's left? If you couldn't enter it because you didn't get an invite, you can't race anymore. So like, that is where it's going. So if anything, the privateers need to be asking the questions, where do I fit in? What class do we have for us? Where's the sister series, or what?
No, I don't have the answers for it, but I definitely think that that's something that it's kind of got to come, at some point. So have you got to go?
No.
You got a time you want to be out of here? We've gone 3.5 hours, so I'm just checking.
No. You're the guy that's in control of this. I haven't seen you look at.
No, I'm just one of those. No producer here. I'm just like scoping just to make sure everything's staying working and like where we're at time wise. 3 hours 22 already.
It's gone by actually pretty fast.
It's insanely fast. So all right, before you go, let's talk about some clickbaity shit. Deegan this year. What do you think,
dude? All right, if
what do you think before? What do you think he was going to do before this year? Supercross. Like before you saw him race pro, what did you think?
I thought it was a little bit of hype. I thought that there was a little bit too much hype for him because I didn't think that the level of competition as an amateur was quite up to par. But that was my own ignorance because he's definitely stepped up and he's done it with some spunk for sure. He's created drama. I think he's got a lot of growing to still do. And if I'm being, he has set the standard for what needs to come after him. He's knocking down the door of saying, hey, if you want this, you need to follow my footsteps. And so, which is awesome because he's changing the whole game. He's changed the game. And if I'm thinking in the future, because we all know now, before I go into that thought, if I finish my previous thought, what's cool is that he's got a community behind him that loves him no matter what. If he loses tomorrow horribly, everyone is going to be there to back him up. Like his dad has created a community that is healthy for that family, where they don't want anybody that's around that is going to be negative, right? Well, like the internet, TikTok especially, is awful because everyone says stupid stuff on there, but you never hear anything negative about that. They've got such a good following, which is helpful, especially to a developing kid, because you could change their psychosis so much with the narrative being. So he has no pressure to win or lose, but he's so passionate about winning that he goes and makes it happen. I mean, I unfortunately have to put a foot in my mouth on stuff because I didn't think he was good enough. I didn't think he was good enough. I didn't think he was a James Stewart. I didn't think he was a Jett Lawrence. I didn't think he was a Ricky Carmichael. I thought he was a kid that had better resources than the next guy and was taking advantage of it. But I was proven wrong, and I'm happy that I was proven wrong.
Yeah.
Because again, he is definitely changing the game. And the biggest thing that I have to say with that whole deal is he's still a kid, right? He's still a kid. And we know this from pretty much all the other big wigs. I want to see how he reacts when he becomes an adult, because he's used to all the fame. He's used to all the fame and everything. But what happens when he's 21 and wants to go out on his own? Like that's the kind of questions that I think about, because it's the whole Deegan family, right? And I think he's got enough good people behind him that he's going to be successful from whatever he does. I mean, look at his sister. Is kind of broken away from the whole Deegan, and now she's got a massive following that has helped out. And I think what Brian has done a really good job with is he's setting them up to
be their own person and have their own brand.
Yeah, exactly. It's like he's done a good job setting himself up.
Yeah.
But he's also giving it to them in order to be successful as well.
Yeah.
Right? And you cannot help but feel jealous for the opportunities that he has given them, right? Because there's a lot of effort that has gone in there. You're talking about like 20 years worth of stuff to create where this is. So you can't just sit here and be like compound, exactly. Yeah. Right? Now these kids are getting able to deposit the checks that were deposited a long time ago.
Yeah.
But I do think that they have so much influence, they could get away with more than anyone coming forward, right? Regardless if it's healthy or not, I think just because of what the brand is and the sport needing them, like they are in a position of power where they have got the high ground. So why would you settle for something smaller if you can literally be like, no, I don't want it anymore? So I think the negotiating with them has basically whatever they say. That they should go into a meeting and definitely ask for double
Just
what they
literally
think.
like put their dick on the table and just be like, suck on this and then tell me how much money you're paying me.
Yeah, and just have it be extended that much more. You know,
yeah.
have it be erect. So it's just like, hey, we want a lot more.
Yeah.
Right? And he gets a lot of hate for having that stuff. Like I made a little reaction deal to his reaction to his bike blowing up. Right? Do I think that was somewhat unacceptable? Yeah, for a kid that's in a spotlight, you know, I mean, you shouldn't be teaching kids younger than you to throw your helmet and kick your bike. But in the grand scheme of things, you're going, hey, this is his job. There is so much passion from him behind trying to win this. And nobody thought that he was going to be competitive towards Hunter. And look at what he's doing, right? And truthfully, people want to watch it unfold. Like, that's drama right there, and that's what the sport needs. I've been saying it for so long. Like, we need drama, right? And the only thing that I ask from Deegan is like learning from his mistakes and being willing to change it in the future, right? If you see it more and more, I'm going to be a little bit disappointed. But if I constantly see him improving, not just on the track, but as a person, I'm totally stoked for him. And next time I'm at a race, I want his autograph.
Yeah. To your point about him being like a role model, I never got that, because like I think the same with me, right? Like I get comments all the time and messages like, man, I love your show, I just wish you didn't swear so much so I could watch it around my kids. And it's like, I don't give a fuck. But because your kid's going to be 35 one day just like me, and they're probably going to swear, and it's like, okay, let's just break this down. I am a role model of what not to do, if that's what you believe. If you believe that Deegan's wrong to kick his bike and to throw his helmet, then he's a role model of what not to do. A role model for what to do and what not to do are the same fucking thing. It's just the lens at which you're looking at them through. Like, you can look at me as a negative role model. Like, tell your kid, like, go, I'm going to put this podcast on. Listen to when he swears. See the way that it makes you feel. Like, it's not very cool, you know? Like, I don't think it's cool. And you're going to sound like him if you talk like him. And, you know, that's how people are going to think. You can just use me. Literally use me in all my fucked up swearing, whatever. And tell your kid not to be like that. So it's like, that's just as good of a role model, but on the opposite side of the coin.
You're right. You're right. Because honestly, it's putting pressure of parents not being parents.
Yeah.
Because it's the parents' responsibility to make sure they go, hey, did you see what Johnny Hopper or Jay said? Yeah. Do not do that.
But
did
and
you
not
see
even
what he
that.
did?
Tell them why. And then if they believe you, then they'll believe you.
Well, in
the burden of it should, like, I think everyone always has the burden of education. Like, if you tell your kids something, don't do that. Like, you can't do that because it's wrong. Well, why? Why is it wrong? If you can explain to a kid why something is wrong to a way that they then believe you, job done. That's education. Like, you've changed. So now no matter what happens, you don't have to relearn things that you believe over and over and over and over and over. So you're so right. It's like, it's on the parent to educate. And you can't just saying to a kid, don't swear. It's fucking...
Yeah, why?
Yeah. Then you're setting yourself up for failure. Like, it's... And then you don't want to be a lazy parent that just goes like, see Ryan Dungey? That's who you want to be like. That's lazy parenting. You know, like that. Why? What does he do special? You know what I mean? So I personally believe that there's no good or bad role models. Everyone's a role model. It's just, it's the education that you attach to it. And then it's like, does whoever you're trying to teach believe what you're saying? Because I got told a lot of shit when I was a kid. I didn't fucking believe it. Guess what? Tons of it turned out not to be true. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's all about education and making somebody believe what you believe. And it's like, there's no bad, or there is like good and bad ideas, but everything is just a good or bad idea. It's just like, do you believe it to be good or do you believe it to be bad, you know?
Well, and you make me backtrack on the whole thing. It's a teaching moment if the parents want it to be a teaching moment. It should not be on the shoulders of Deegan.
It shouldn't be on Haiden when he's midway through a moto. His bike just fucking expired, cost him the time. It's not up to him in that moment to go, oh, I should be a good role. No, that's not how the fucking world works.
No, it's you were right. You are 100% right. I was being a little biased with my analogy. Do I think like, hey, that's an expensive bike and that's an expensive helmet and everything?
No, it's not. It's fucking cheap. Got it for free.
Yeah, well, for him, absolutely.
Yeah.
But it's the perception, right?
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about, is the perception. So when I'm sitting here with my daughter, I'm like, this is the reasons why we don't. This stuff's expensive, But it's a totally different perception than what he's going through in that moment. It's a completely different story, and so it's not even on par to compare it's not even fair to compare the two.
Yeah, exactly. And if your kid gets a helmet and smacks it on the ground versus Haiden Deegan doing it in that, like, it's all context dependent. Like, if a kid just walks to the shed, grabs his helmet, smashes it on the ground just to be a little asshole, then, like, that's wrong, bro. You know what I mean? But even my kid, if it was like, if my kid's in Hayden's position and I know the work that he's put in and I know that what he's put on the line and I know the hours and he smashes his helmet, kicks his bike, is that if I had him relive that moment over again, would, like, you hope that he did it differently again? Like, yeah, maybe. But in the moment, I understand. I get it. Like, that's passion, that's desire, that's heart. And again, I'm not like, oh my God, he's just ruined all these kids' lives. They're going to think that's not how that shit actually works,
No, because, again, you're right. It's with the parent to decide to make it happen. It's not up to a 17-year-old kid who's in the heat of the moment, whose adrenaline is pumping and who's not going to make good decision. If you were to walk up with the microphone right there, you'd probably expect him to slap it away. Like, no, I don't want to talk to you right now.
And guess what? That would be the most replayed interview for the year.
Dude, look at all of this. Some of my biggest videos on the line stuff have been about the stuff that he's done. He has generated so much money from his actions.
Dude.
May it be good or bad.
He's generated so much money in general. Like, when we put out a clip that is on him and it does well, like, we make money. Like, that kid is a fucking money-making machine. Jett's the same. Hunter's the same. There's, like, certain... I get so frustrated when people think that, like, things are fair, or it's like apples to apples. There is no apples to apples. Like, Haiden Deegan is a force. Like, that's a whole thing that just touches so many different... Like, he's made the sport a lot of money this year. He's made himself a lot of money. He's made... Like, there's an economy around him. And it's like, even when Mike Grondel was on the podcast and he said, how much money is the economy of James Stewart worth over time? Billions. Billions of dollars,
Well, and that family's just kind of figured out how to monetize it a little bit.
It's leverage.
You talk about guys, Josh Hansen, some of these characters, Jason Lawrence.
Yeah.
If they would have had a platform, how many times would people want to follow them and watch them do stuff that probably wasn't acceptable?
Mm-hmm.
But again, you're almost like too big that you just...
Yeah, too big to fail.
Yeah.
And that's economics. There's a reason that they're too big to fail,
Well, it's the same reason as to why, like, reality TV has done such a good job. You look at Kim Kardashian or anything, when they go get married, they hire somebody to go paintball them, because then every news story is going to be like, oh, Kim Kardashian, her wedding was ruined because these people came that she paid, right? It's all context. Yeah. She created a narrative. She created a story. And then the next week, there's no cameras and she's getting her actual wedding done in the Bahamas. Like, and so, yeah, that is drama. That's kind of what I think Moto is missing a little bit to generate a lot of money.
Yeah.
And is the most hardcore fans, do they want that to happen? No, but it's such a small population of the whole that, I mean, you need to adapt to change, because change is definitely coming. And Deegan is the driving force to opening up to everything that happens, because nobody wants to listen to somebody that is boring.
We're over it. We're so done.
Yeah, no. You want something that's instantly, like social media is awful. Like, you know this as a content creator. You have 0.01 second to attach, to have the hook on somebody. And if you lose them, they're going on to something else. So how do you hook them? You hook them with some bullshit clickbait. And then after you get their attention, it's up to you to...
You hope the content's good enough to keep the people there.
Yeah, and that's why you need to have your best stuff up front, so that they're like, hey, this stuff's going to continue to get better. And then you got to make sure that, hey, this is a level of professionalism that is going to stay with all my videos. It's not just one, because then that's the whole retention stuff.
Yeah, no, 100%. So, Jett Lawrence's perfect season. I'm guessing if you thought Haiden was overhyped, you didn't think he'd get a perfect... No, actually, you called it, like, pretty early. I saw that clip you posted the other day.
Yeah, it was total clickbait. Well, we had a little bit of a bet going with Cooksey and Coach. As soon as Sexton, after that first round, I was like, dude, he's got it in the bag. And then I heard Sexton was out with some respiratory thing. It was like, hey, this guy's going. Might as well. Like, if there's something that I've learned from especially some of the crypto space when it comes to media, is you need to just call something, because then if you get it right, then you have all... nobody gives a shit if you get wrong.
Yeah, because most people get everything wrong.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter if you get the 20 things wrong.
You get one thing right.
You get one thing right.
Got that one black swan.
That it doesn't matter. So I had nothing to lose to say he's going to win everything. But
then you look like a G.
Yeah, doing it.
3 months later.
3 months later. And there was some moments that I thought, like, oh, Sexton's going to get it. There was, like, Unadilla. I thought he was hauling freaking ass. In Iron Man.
I thought Washougal was the one. Because, like, I was with Jett in the truck at Washougal, and he's like, I fucking hate this track. Well, I was like, oh, don't. I didn't say anything. I'm like, I'm just like, I'm not. It's like when you go back in the future, you don't want to, like, fuck with anything just in case. So I was like, I'm not saying nothing. But in my head, I'm like, shut up, bro. Don't say any of that. Don't speak any negativity. Nothing. Like, you're going to win today. You're going to go 1-1.
Dude, he's not real. Jett's not real. Bro. Not real. I don't know how he's this good on a bike and has this good a bike control. I still don't understand these guys standing up as much on the pegs. I'm like, even if your toes are pointed in, those ruts are deeper to fold your foot pegs. How are you not twisting your knee?
The big thing these days, the big thing that I've learned from standing up as much as I do nowadays is you can't lean the bike as much as what you can sitting, obviously. But you don't lean the bike as much, and you use more of the turn. So, like, you carry more momentum and you use more of the track. So, like, that's the big thing that I'm trying to do when I ride nowadays, is, like, carry enough momentum that I have to use all of the line, and I'm not leaning my bike so much, And I think that's like a bit of it's like a little bit road racing, because, like, you're trying to have as little lean angle as possible, but you're keeping the mass on the inside of the motorcycle. So you're trying to let it lean. Like, the force of the turn is pushing the bike up and out.
So you got the most amount of tire.
Exactly. So you've got the most amount of tire upright, and the bike is as upright as possible, but the weight is what's pushing it back. And so you can see, I really want to talk to Jett about it, but you can see when Jett's standing up and he's standing up through like a rut, he's leaning. Have you ever seen him lean like this? I wish we had the TV. His back and his hip and his shoulder drops, and he pushes weight on the inside of the motorcycle while the bike is still leaned up. It's almost like a road racy type vibe.
It goes against a lot of stuff where when you're sitting down, you're supposed to be weighting the outside peg, and that's what I was taught a bunch. But that's sitting down. That's not standing up on the bike.
Yeah.
And I will definitely have to look more closely at that.
I'd love to get a little breakdown. All right, so now that I've spoke to you about this, I want you to go and look at some footage and try and find that shoulder hip dip when he's standing up and make a video on it. Okay. I'd love to see your perspective on it.
Yeah, because if the foot pegs aren't rolling, I mean, there's the whole deal. Yeah. I've been surprised because there's been a lot of ACL injuries in the sport, and a lot of times it's because
the leg. I don't see them as much these days.
But is that because the guys are standing up more,
or they're not wearing knee braces?
I mean, dude, I've torn my ACL 3 times, and I've had it with and without.
Tyler Barrowman's the same. We were talking about it up at Mammoth. I got those new, this is a sponsor plug, but I actually asked for the product. So the new EVS Slaco 69 knee pads from EVS. So I literally just reached out to them a couple of weeks ago. I was like, hey, I want this much money for this much advertising, and I also want a pair of the knee pads. And they were like, yeah, fucking sweet. But I only did that because I really wanted that product.
Yeah.
And I'm a big
and you knew it was good.
Guy. Yeah, and I knew it was going to be good.
Well, you'd be a shitty person if you're advertising something that was literally shitty.
A lot of people do it. But yeah, so anyway, so I had the knee pads, and I was like, oh, what do you think of these? Because I think Barrowman wears the TP 199s. And so these new EVS ones...
Dude, there's not that much to those things.
Nah, and that's what the Slaco ones are. I think they're way better. Like, they're way more for moto. But yeah, Barrowman said, he's like, dude, I've done my ACL 4 different times. I've always had fucking knee braces on. So I just think that there's... Not to start a fucking war. But I just think that you're going to do your knee in or out, up or down. There's so many variables that are fully out of your control. What I don't want to do is break my femur on the top of it where a knee brace goes, though. I've seen a friend do that twice. Not cool. Not fucking cool.
Yeah, I mean, but honestly, sometimes if it's hard to compare because you can never crash the same way twice.
Yeah.
But yes, the femur is the biggest bone in your body. It's kind of the most painful one because it's the biggest bone in your body.
Yeah.
But if it doesn't require surgery, the ACLs, they want you to be off the bike for now, like the whole year.
Yeah.
To really do it.
Yeah.
So like if you're looking at, okay, this thing might be a little bit more painful, but
yeah. But again, where's the evidence that says, like, it's so crash specific? Like you said, you could never do the same crash twice.
The worst, I fucked up my leg besides hitting the wall. The other one, I had a cartilage injury that was done from knee braces where it didn't let the knee twist. So it just ripped off the cartilage from the joint itself.
Yeah.
And so then I had to have surgery to go in there and drill a bunch of holes. And that took way longer to heal because I couldn't put any weight on it for 8 months.
Fuck.
And it would have been better just to tear the ACL or something. But the first time I ever did tear my ACL was I wasn't wearing any braces. So I don't know. It's a weird deal.
I just think you can do it. I just think moto's dangerous. Like for me, the thing that I feel is I feel that I have more feel of the bike and more control of the bike. I feel like just that whole like not having braces on your knees and you've got that more one-to-one connection. I actually feel like it lets me move my hips a bit more. Just everything feels better. And then I think that then translates into riding the bike better. And if you ride the bike better, you're going to have less chances of crashing. But also, I've had some fucking absolute monster crashes as well, you know? So I just think that there's just a lot of luck that's involved.
I don't know. My biggest thing for knee braces is got zero to do with protection. It's got to do with just the width of them. Because if you think about it, like if you're sitting up against a wall and you put a baseball in between your knees and you say, hold on to this. Well, you're not going to be able to hold on to it as long as if you replace that baseball with, let's say, a volleyball because the circumference is bigger.
Yeah.
So it's less strain on the muscles. And like we ride a motorcycle with our legs, if it's less strain on the muscles to squeeze the bike with your knees because it's literally thicker around there, you on paper should be able to ride harder and longer. So it's not so much about the protection.
Think that it's better with knee braces for gripping the bike, essentially?
Yeah, just because your knee becomes twice as big, right? Because of you've got the metal and plastic on there. You can just squeeze harder, essentially.
Yeah, no, I just feel... I think the same thing, but like the opposite. Like, I think that...
Less is more.
Well, no, I feel like I have more connection without knee braces. I think that knee brace, like, when you think about it, the bit on the knee brace that's touching the bike is like a hinge, like a small thing, like
it's like a pressure point.
Yeah, it's like a piece that big, and then your knees push against it. Like, I actually don't think that you have that much then. Like, that becomes the main contact point. Whereas if you've got, like, say, these knee pads on, you've got the whole spread of that your upper thigh, like, instead of just having like this one exoskeleton that's joint, you know, I just feel like as soon as I took them off, I'm like, fuck, I can feel the bike, I can feel everything. Like, it's like, I say it's like fucking without a condom.
I mean, who likes?
No
Nobody
one
likes a
wearing
condom.
a condom.
Yeah. I have no argument after that. You just dropped the mic on that one.
It's like fucking without a condom.
There's no way of testing. Well, I mean, there should be a way of testing, not what you're saying, but as far as the braces versus no braces, you could
I haven't worn them in a long time, though. Maybe I should just try a pair again, just to see how it feels.
Yeah, well, and then you've got the psychological thing, because if somebody tells you constantly this is going to prevent injury, you're going to feel naked without it.
Yeah.
But if the narrative changes to where, because we all just want to be safe, right? And everyone is scared of getting injured. If you have somebody you trust tell you that, like, you have a less chance of being injured. I mean, look at the whole neck brace phenomenon. It's gone from must wear it to not wear it to, I don't really know, to, fuck it.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
You know, I threw away my neck brace a while ago, and you just, it's almost like
there was a point where I would not ride without a neck brace.
Yeah, I mean, there was a point where I was too, because nobody wants to be paralyzed.
Yeah.
We've talked to enough people that have had it, and it's unfortunate.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. So back to Jett, perfect season. Oh, it was fucking crazy to watch, eh?
Honestly, it was crazy, but yet boring at the same time.
I think we're just in for that now, though, unfortunately.
Well, what was cool that he did was he didn't really let us know his true speed. Like qualifying, he was usually a second to 2 seconds faster, and he didn't just James Stewart it, run out with 20, 30 seconds. It was always just managing the race, which that was the most thing that I was most impressed with, is not only did he put himself in the best position, like could it have somebody just like hit his kill switch on the start?
Yeah.
I mean, that would have been so much fun to watch, to just, why couldn't he have hit the gate even at that last Ironman? As far as his perfect season, just he hits the gate and then he's got to get through everybody. He's got to ride his ass off to, as opposed to, nope, somehow he comes out second.
Yeah, I don't know.
And then Dylan wads, and it's like, what universe are we living in that this kid?
Jett's universe. We're literally just living in Jett simulation.
Yeah, and he looked so slow. I mean, I was yawning sometimes watching him ride. I mean, had goosebumps, but then I was yawning because I'm like, did he break?
Yeah.
Is he just rolling in third gear? Like, what's going on? Is he out for a GNCC? Is this a 2-hour-long moto? What's going on? And then Sexton would get super close. It was like the whole cat and mouse. And then Sexton smelt blood, and it was like, oh shit, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? And then either Sexton made a mistake, and that was that, or Jett was like, oh, actually, I'm done yawning. I'm gonna do one fast lap and just break the dude.
Yeah.
Like, Sexton has to have grown from this whole experience to just, what do I need to do? How can I better prepare myself? And dude, the dude I just wanted him to get one good start against him and have Jett be mid-pack or something, and I never got that. That was the biggest thing that I missed from the outdoors.
Budds Creek was his chance, and he fucked up. He had a worse start than Jett, and but dude, that moto was crazy, man. Like, Jett just made gnarly passes. Like when he went past the mechanics area, landed wide open, and then just cut across all those ruts to pass AP.
Well, I mean, a lot of people have made the connection about his perfect season versus Carmichael's and Stewart's, as far as how many guys were missing.
Unpopular opinion, Stewart's perfect season was trash for competition.
I mean, it was given to him for sure.
Has anyone said that yet?
No, I don't think anyone has said that
yet. All right, let's look this up. 2008. Let's see who was there. This is not disrespectful to anybody. 2008 AMA.
No, because if anyone was going to be able to do it, it was going to be him.
Motocross Nationals.
Here, let's see who can do it first.
Overall results.
Dun, dun, dun.
2008.
Tim Ferry, Andrew Short, Michael Byrne, Cody Cooper, Nick Way. I mean, Ferry has
Hey.
always been a good rider. Andrew Short has always been like a top 5, top 3 guy.
But it ain't no Eli Tomac, Ken Roxon, Ricky Carmichael. Read that list again. Who got 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th against James Stewart when he got a perfect season?
Okay, so you've got Tim Ferry, 2nd, Andrew Short, 3rd, Michael Byrne, 4th, Cody Cooper, 5th, Nick Way, 6th, Joshua Hill, 7th, Jeff Alessi, 8, Sean Hamlin, 9, Mike Alessi, 10, Davey Millsaps, 11th.
There was no one. So that year, no, and again, sorry.
Well, and the
I
only
shouldn't
guys
say
that
no
did
one.
really all the races was the top 9 guys.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like that had
So
to have been the
hey.
easiest paycheck
Yeah.
for him.
So that would be, so okay, and you remember 2008 Unadilla, Cody Cooper almost beat James in both motos. Do you remember that?
I honestly, I need to look back it up.
So that was the
watch
race that James almost lost the perfect season. Was Unadilla, right?
Three
Cody-
digits
Cody
are legit.
Fucking Cooper. He's a friend of mine and he is amazing. But that is like Ty Masterpool beating Jett Lawrence this year. You know what I mean? So everyone spent all year making this big deal about how Jett was nowhere near as good as what his results were, and that if Barsha was there and Cooper Webb was there and everyone, and it's just like, bro, the only math that needs to add up here, right, is Sexton. Sexton was the only dude last year that could beat Eli Tomac, the guy that won the title. He's there. None of the other dudes matter, honestly. You know, and I don't know if it sounds like crazy for me to say that, but it's like, it's literally Sexton. Sexton was better than everybody else last year by such a huge amount, you know? And it's like, what are you looking up there, mate?
Oh, I was just looking at this year's results.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, you had Sexton last year beating Ferrandis by 20 seconds. This year, he beats Ferrandis by 40 seconds.
Well, to be
He's
fair,
just in second.
Dylan looked like he had, you know, he was getting off the couch. He looked like he had a little bit extra weight on him. He didn't look like he was totally ready for the Outdoor Nationals. At least that's what I thought. Like, has anyone said anything that he might retire or not after this season?
Well, I think he's going to go back to France, apparently.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's crazy to me that he doesn't have a ride. But I guess my point in saying all of going on this rant is like, you literally had the dude, so last year, Sexton and Tomac is as fast as anybody has ever gone on a dirt bike. That was the consensus. That's what everybody said about last year's Outdoor Nationals. That same fucking dude showed up and was beating the same dudes by even more than he was last year when Tomac was there. He was just getting second every time. So it's like, that's the math.
Well,
Barsha never beat Sexton last year, never beat Tomac. Webb never beat Barsha, never beat Tomac. Kenny never beat Webb, never beat Tomac, never beat Sexton. So all of these guys...
Ken was really the only guy that almost beat Jett this year.
Not really.
The guy that got the closest, he was actually out front for most of the moto.
But the closest is he still lost that moto by 15 seconds. That's not almost beating someone.
Well, how did you feel about him saying that he came off the couch and just showed up? Like, I feel like that didn't happen. That was like play on words. He's been riding that bike, getting ready for World Supercross the whole time.
Yeah, but look at Shimoda. Shimoda didn't ride at all the week before Ironman went 1-1. Like, I honestly think these dudes ride way too much. Like,
Super Motocross, then do you think...
Well, dude, they all fucking rip there. No one gets to train the week before. No one gets to... They're off for like the first few laps of practice. They haven't rode in over a week, all jet lagged. Then they hit that stadium floor and it's like 5 laps into practice. They're doing everything and they're doing the same lap times that they'll do in qualifying. These dudes all know how to ride a bike. And the level that you're at is the level that you're at in terms of speed. You can make marginal gains when it comes to getting faster in a dirt bike, but there's a ceiling. I have a ceiling of speed, you have a ceiling of speed, Jett has a ceiling of speed. Fitness, like, yeah, you have to be a certain level of fitness to like do that speed for 30 minutes, which none of them are pinned for 30 minutes. Like, there's race management that's coming in at every level. So yeah, that whole narrative was so overblown. I get it. I get why they do it, because you've got 22 motos where you have to make it semi-interesting. But it's like, now that it's happened and now that he's gone perfect, can we all just fucking admit that he is so insanely good, and that Sexton is so fucking insanely good, and he's as good, maybe better than he was last year when they went.
Well, he's
as
definitely
fast.
better now after having some. You cannot get better.
You cannot not get better.
You cannot not get better by having somebody somewhat kick your ass.
Yeah.
And I saw him start doing lines that he didn't do last year.
For sure.
And so he was definitely pushing his ceiling. And the biggest thing that Sexton has, like, he was always the fastest guy on the track, whether it was Supercross or Motocross. Now that's not the narrative anymore, because Jett shows up and he shows you how to go faster, but also do it more proficient to where you're not almost crashing.
Mm-hmm.
So now Sexton has an issue to where he's like, okay, how do I go faster, but yet not go over my ceiling?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he needs to figure out, because the only thing that was missing in his program from literally winning everything was, how do you calm down? How does he slow down to go fast? How does he slow down his mind so that he doesn't make these mistakes? And now he's got to figure out something completely different. Okay, changing the small thing, do you think it would have changed anything if, let's say, the motos would have been not as long, like 20-minute motos?
Probably, yeah.
As opposed to 30 minutes? Do you
Yeah.
think he still would have had a perfect season?
Actually, the thing is, you know what I look at as like the... I think Jett has James level talent, ability. Like, I think he's the same. Like, the things that make me say that is Southwick, both motos. Ferrandis leads one, Sexton leads the other. Like, gets the whole shot. Bro. Lasted one straightaway. And he said, nah, I'm passing this dude. Passed him. That's it. That's all she wrote. Checked out. See ya. Managed the race 2 seconds, 4, whatever. He doesn't, like, that's the difference between him and James, though, is that he would just ride to win the race by 2 seconds. But you bet your ass that dude has some fucked up speed in his back pocket. And, like, the only chance we got to see it was the first 4 turns of each race. So go back now that we have 22 motos in the books and watch the first half a lap of every single moto. And you string that together as a highlight clip, that motherfucker's doing James Stewart shit.
I'm gonna say you're definitely an Aussie boy for sure. I'm not disagreeing with you. Jett is definitely the man, and I think he's a better 450 rider than he is a 250 guy. I think it fits his riding style better, and he can manage the power better. Washougal, you were there. That gate, did you think with it having to be restarted like that? What was your breakdown on that whole thing?
I didn't really pay that much attention to it, but I just think when that shit happens, isn't it just riders hitting the gate?
Well, there was supposedly a malfunction that was going on the entire time. But there was all sorts of silly conspiracies that, if Anderson and Sexton didn't hit the gate, then there wouldn't have been
I watched
a restart.
that, though, and I thought that Ando just hit the gate. And, like, he flinched, hit the gate, Sexton flinched and hit the gate.
To me, I think they both just hit the gate. And it's regardless if the gate flinches a little bit, you shouldn't go until it drops.
You just don't go until it drops.
Right?
Yeah,
like, I kind of think that...
If it doesn't drop, that's a problem.
Yeah.
But if you hit the gate, like, unless there's a camera on your gate, like a photo finish, and you can see, like, you'd never be able to prove that. In all the time that I've spent racing, I just hit the gate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's, I don't think that there's really, I also think it ain't that deep to where, like, what, are people saying that they did it on purpose or something? Or?
Oh, it was, they were been working on the gate forever. There was stuff that happened in the LCQ for the privateers, and all week long they were welding it and blah, blah, blah. So the gate was having issues. And so they somewhat did it, but, there's definitely a gray area with, hey, did it really, really flinch, or was it a mechanical, or was it just these guys just hit it and then they were using it to their advantage? Which, with F1, those guys, regardless of what happens, you would try to use whatever you can to try to benefit your guy. So there's really nobody to blame on that. I just was wondering what your take
I
was.
never even looked into it that hard.
Okay, I think the gates should. I like how in Supercross you've got the big grate.
Yeah.
I thought that was leading people to be able to not line up with the rut in front of them and kind of be sideways or whatever. I like what MX Sports did with having the metal gate just literally be straight behind.
Yeah.
There was no wiggle room for anything. And this is me not knowing anything about engineering, but maybe there's a way to make the gates electronic, where you could literally, it's not hydraulic. It's almost like battery powered.
Oh, dude, that should for sure happen.
Yeah, so that there is no issues with the hydraulic, and then there's the pressure of lining up and hearing the air go, and then going. Because to me,
that's what happens. Is they're all trying to get the jump, and then like you just go when you hear.
Yeah, I think that's what Sexton and Anderson kind of were waiting for, was a and then go.
Yeah, I could never do that. I was never the kind of guy that tried to time the gate.
You got to be so confident to be able to pull something like that off.
Yeah.
I remember one time I tried to time it to where, you wheelie over the gate as it's falling. And I wheelied over the gate and then just nailed the gate with my ankles. And I couldn't race the rest of the motos because I ended up endoing over it, and I thought I broke both my ankles.
Yeah, at that point, you're just trying for like the 1%ers because you haven't done the 99.
Yeah, there was this guy back in Colorado. His name was Sean Morgan, who could do it on the dime. He was with Andrew Short. He was literally a guy that should have had a factory ride. Like there's so many names out there that have done that. Andrew Short learned so much from this guy, but unfortunately he kind of went down a dark path with substances, and that happens a lot. And I think that's kind of because everyone's an adrenaline junkie, and when you're not in the zone, like what do drugs do? They kind of put you in the zone for momentarily.
Yeah. I just want to walk back my comment saying no one was there when James went perfect. The point of that comment though is to say...
Wait, are you trying to... So that you don't have any keyboard warriors?
Yeah, I'm not trying to say that Andrew Short is nobody and Tim Ferry is nobody. Obviously, they're fucking amazing riders. But what I'm saying is this would be... Right, so this is how it would play out for it to compare apples to apples, right? So the season before, Andrew Short and Tim Ferry would have had to be 1 and 2 and beating the rest of the field by 40 seconds. So in 2007. So that has to happen in 2007. And then in 2008, which they weren't doing, I know for a fact. So then you go in 2008, and then those same two dudes are there, but James Stewart shows up and then beats them every single moto. Like, that's what the comparison would be. Because essentially, you have Chase Sexton, who lost the title by a couple of points the year before, and then he was the dude that finished second, but 40 seconds at times ahead of the rest of the field, a minute ahead of the rest of the field, right? So that same dude is still there a year later, and Jett manages to go perfect. So that's how I'm drawing that comparison. You know what I mean? When James went perfect in 2008, that was not the case. Like, that Andrew Short and Tim Ferry were not beating the rest of the field by a minute, and then James came in and then beat them. So that's how I'm kind of drawing up that analogy.
Well, you wouldn't have anyone that could do what James did in that year, right? If you were to pick anybody during that time who could have gone perfect, besides James
Ricky
Stewart
and James, that's it.
Yeah, those are the only two guys that you would have even thought there. Yeah. And pretty much the rest is history. It happened. It did it. He made it look easy. Yeah. And that's it. Truthfully, I'm hoping that I would like to see Jett continue to... What is the record? Like 33 motos or something by... Is it Stewart or Carmichael?
It probably... I'm not sure. It's probably Carmichael, yeah.
It would be cool to see him win that.
And break that record.
Yeah. But honestly, it'd be really boring to see him do that.
But I think that's like... So, all right, this is the question then. Is it boring to watch Jett Lawrence completely dominate everybody for the next 10 years? Does that mean the sport's gone backwards and is boring? Tiger Woods.
That's a difficult one to answer. If I'm being biased about it, I think it's kind of boring. I think it's kind of boring because...
So what happened when Tiger Woods was doing his thing?
I don't know. You tell me because I'm not a big golf guy.
All right. Tiger Woods fucked up everybody for a decade. Everyone, if he was at a tournament, it was who was getting second, right? He's won everything. He is unequivocally one of maybe the top 3 athletes of all time. And it was the highest period of growth in golf ever. The most quote-unquote boring time in the sport is when it achieved the most growth. Because people love brilliance. So yeah, maybe it's going to be boring if Jett... You're telling me that if Jett's going for his 3rd perfect season in a row outdoors, that more people than ever would tune in to see that? Like, I think that there's such a crazy building effect that happens with dominance that then...
Well, because then you get a bunch of people behind that want to see him fail, right? You want to see him not...
So people tune in. Floyd Mayweather, 50-0. Is that boring?
Well,
or is that dude the most watched fighter of all time?
See, this is why you have a podcast, is because you think differently than the grand majority. People don't want to miss the time that Floyd Mayweather loses, right? You want to be there and watch it when it happens. So it's that uncertainty. So you're going to continue to keep tuning in because if it didn't happen this time, it's going to happen eventually.
Yep. And so what happens then if Jett goes undefeated for the next few years? Let's say Deegan can be the first lights rider to go undefeated. And then you've got these 2 undefeated champions that are
that's
like
a good narrative.
Walking.
Dude,
bro, that's what's going to happen.
If that happens, you definitely have a bunch of clout because you said it here on September 1st, 2023.
But it's like, so you're telling me then, let's play that scenario out. Deegan, first ever perfect season.
I know, but that's going to be like
history.
3 years.
And then you've got Jett on his 3rd perfect season in a row. And then you're looking at Haiden graduating into the 450 class the next year. What the fuck does that do for the sport? Boring? Gnarly, dude.
But in the present moment, watching the races...
But it all builds.
But you are right. It all builds.
It's building.
Right?
Building.
It's not instant gratification. It's like a long-term gratification. As you're watching it, there's going to be a lot of boring moments because it's going to be a battle for second, right? But there's going to get to a point where it's the Super Bowl. I think that's what the sport's been missing for so long, and it's nice to have the Super Motocross stuff. And I'm still bummed that Vegas has got that new stadium. Why can't Feld figure out a deal to have the new stadium for Vegas for Supercross? The finale should always be in Vegas. It shouldn't be Utah.
Yeah, I agree.
Right? Like the
Utah pays though. Do you know that?
I did not know that.
Yeah.
No.
That's kind of the thing too. I think that's the argument as well. So this is me wanting you to have a media pass. That's the argument for you having a media pass, and you going to the races, or being a little bit more like quote unquote accepted.
Yeah.
Is like if you make that call, right? But I know that the Utah Athletic Commission and Salt Lake City, they pay Supercross to go there. That's why it's there. So it's like simple. So, you know, in terms of that kind of knowledge can make your content better in a sense, because it's like, why don't they go to Vegas? Money.
It's a simple deal.
Yeah, it's literally that easy. And if they didn't, say it's $1 million, $2 million, say that they can, like, they might need that million. That might be fucking huge for them, is to have that $1 million. Why aren't there less races? Why is there still 31 races? That's what Peacock wanted. You know, that's the amount that is enticing. Like I was working on like a TV show pitch this year. Like we almost had a TV thing that we were doing.
Oh, that's gnarly. And that's keen.
It was cool. Yeah, it was pretty sick. And some shit happened outside of it that meant that we couldn't do what we were going to do, like completely out of our control. And I had like one season. This was this one season thing. And they're like, cool, give us 3. We need 3 seasons. So it's like they weren't going to invest the money for just one season of this TV show. But they're like, hey, give us 3. We'll give you 4 times the money, but we need 3. So, and I think that it's that same thing with the races. Is like, no, we just need this many. But what I think that we need to do, I actually think that the sport would be, it's funny, I had a conversation with Hunter, a conversation with AC, and I let that percolate, and now I've got like a whole new vision for what I think could be like a way better way for the sport to run. So like Hunter is like, man, we just shouldn't race in the summer. Outdoors should start right now, and then it should go into the January, and it's just like 3 months every weekend, like fit in your 10 rounds, but it's like kind of in the fall. Or is it fall comes before winter? That's
no. No, fall does.
Okay, so yeah, you race that in the fall, and then you do Supercross in the winter. That schedule stays the same, and then it's like it becomes just physically easier. But then AC was like, why don't we have 3 rounds? Why don't we do A1, A2, Parla, San Diego, Hangtown, Phoenix Supercross? Like, why can't we go?
Well, if it's the Super Motocross Championship,
we can now.
Mix it up.
Yeah, and then you're not getting like that fatigue of doing all these motos in a row. It becomes a whole nother thing. But then it's like, okay, we still need these 31 races for this whole Peacock $7-8 million deal to be a thing. All right, so on this weekend, there's no 250 class. There's a combine class. And on this weekend, there's no 450 class. There's a 250 class and a combine class. So, or there's the stock class. So it's like stock car, Xfinity rate. You know what I mean? You got NASCAR, you got Cup car, you got Xfinity car. So it's like, let's rebrand. Let's rebrand all this shit. Now that we're under this one umbrella and we've got the opportunity to be able to do, let's make the schedule so it's like we're doing a West Coast swing. We're doing Parla, A1, A2, Hangtown, San Diego, and Arizona. Bang, 5-6 weeks. You can be a moto fan, exist in Southern California and see 6 weeks of gnarly fucking racing. You can go every single weekend, indoors, outdoors, combine, 450, 250, and then you do that over this 31, and then you get maybe the 450 dudes do 2 less Supercross races, or Supercross you probably need all of them, but
I know that's a lot.
What I'm saying?
17 races is
too much.
It's too much.
But you've got to do it. It's Formula One's 20 or MotoGP's 20 something races. Formula,
It'd be nice if it was just every 2 weeks or truthfully, if Peacock is needing that much TV time in order to be paying that much, okay, then how do you just make it? How do you create more drive, more attention to it? And I'm right there with AC's. Let's mix in some motocrosses. Like I've seen the TV numbers when it comes to Supercross and motocross, and the difference between them, and it's semantics. It doesn't matter. Ubiquitous. It doesn't matter. If you want to have Hangtown be as hyped or any kind of motocross, yeah, dude,
put it in between 2 fucking massive Supercross races.
Yeah, dude, you'd probably have 10 times the amount of viewers, maybe not that much, but at least twice as many viewers that are like, wait, okay, so Tomac is owning Supercross, who's going to change the narrative and win this one off race, you know? And then maybe throw in a hybrid round in there if you needed 100%. It, where it's kind of the Supercross and motocross, where these guys are literally riding different bikes, different weekends. I think that is an amazing idea. No, I agree. Well, hey, we just did 4 hours 15 minutes, mate. I'm gonna let you drive back to Phoenix, but dude, I can't believe I held my bladder this long.
Me neither. That's why I need to piss. I'm like, all right, we're shutting it down because I need to piss. A final question: if I can get you a media pass, would you come to any of the SMX races, or are you too deep in training?
No, dude. I would definitely be absolutely.
When's the last time you went to a Supercross?
The last Supercross I went to was the Glendale Supercross. This year.
Sick. Would you go?
Yeah.
I'll try and get you. I'll send an email after this. I think you should be there. I think you should be there just to be in the press conferences and ask some questions. The thing, we'll end on this, but the thing that
nobody wants. The whole question is like, would I be, if I was given more resources, would it create chaos or would it create more benefit for the sport? Well, I know the answer to that. The latter. I think it'd be beneficial to the sport.
I do too. That's why I'm pushing.
Oh.
Yeah. But I think that where people get it fucked up and where the whole media thing kind of sucks for moto is that like everyone's trying to be everyone's friend. You know what I mean? So it's like the media guys are trying to be cool with the moto guys, and it's like there's not a level of like in the for the UFC or the NBA or the NFL, like you get in a press conference, like you're gonna get fucking grilled. Like it'll be respectful, it'll be professional, but like you're gonna have to answer some tough questions, and like we kind of don't have that in moto, you know. So it's like,
well, it's a big
because
club.
you look up to the riders, you think Jett Lawrence is cool as fuck, and I get it, I do too. But it's like to be legitimate, unbiased media, like then you should be able to ask legitimate, unbiased questions. They should get that you're just doing your job. You should get that you're not going to be his friend. Like Johnny Hopper is never going to be Jett Lawrence's friend. He's never going to be cool with you.
I mean, I'll eat his donuts.
But
you know.
It's like, so if you can be cool with that, that you know what I mean? That like, that, hey, these guys aren't going to be my friends, but I have an opportunity to go there, ask the right questions, make good content, and ultimately have the sport's best interest in mind. That's when you can succeed.
Yeah, there's a middle ground there for sure.
Yeah.
And I think everyone has just not been, they don't think I belong, which that's up to them. And I've definitely been changing my content to, you know, in order to, again, win friends and influence people. And in order for me to get in the meetings that literally have the catalyst for change, I got to make some friends.
Yeah.
You know, I know Davey Coombs and I have been trying to get a meeting going for a while, but things just haven't really added up.
What's the hold up there? You got his contact details? You're in contact? All that stuff?
No. Him and I, we text off and on like all the time.
He's
about
a great
stuff.
guy.
No, dude, I truthfully, I have nothing bad to say about those guys because I'm somebody that I get a lot of information on stuff, but me being where I'm at, it's hard to tell what's true and what's not. And so I'm at the point where I don't want to
say shit because it's
I don't want to
school.
I don't want to make something up. I don't want to have,
because the thing is you can do that, and there is guys that do media and they got, well, not media, well, I guess media, like they got their YouTube channels and they just say shit that's just like completely not true or baseless or just like full opinion. It's like, yeah, that's fine, you can do that, but then you can't expect to have the respect of people in the industry. You know what I mean?
It's a give and take.
Yeah. So yeah, be that guy. Like, go if that's what you want to do. Like, it definitely gets views, definitely makes money. You can definitely get a following, but you can't have your cake and eat it too.
No. And I'm at the point where I love the sport, and I'm not asking for any handouts. I think that I've created a space to be successful in this stuff in my own definition of success, and I've definitely have influenced the sport in a good manner, and I would love to be more a part of it. And I do know that, hey, you can't always be negative for stuff. And as much as I want stuff to change, I'm really pumped with how the changes have been. There's more money involved in the sport. Every time that I do present something, like Davey and I talk a lot about certain things, and he gives me the right information, and I ask him like, hey, is this true? Is this not true? And go from there. But there's a respectful way to go about it. And I don't think people have, like, you've met me, Jace, like sometimes the persona that happens on the internet.
No, you're a good dude. That's why I'm doing all this. Like, I think you're a fucking good guy.
And I don't know what to say to it, dude, because usually I'm normally, you can see that I'm all flustered now. Like, I'm not used to somebody being respectful and kind about stuff. I'm usually somebody that just instantly is a no for stuff. And so, like, I'm trying to rewrite
that part of the story.
Yeah, that part of the story, because I think the space is big enough to have, you know, some of my unfilteredness, the uncanny, maybe a little bit, maybe a little raunchy, but a little funny. But then also, I think I bring a lot to the table where I think differently than other people when it comes to some of the moto stuff. So hell yeah, dude, I'd be down. And you know, I'm no stranger to asking tough questions, and I think that was kind of what scared people off a little bit, is they thought that I was definitely here to try to tear down the deal. And I'm like, no, I just want to be involved to the point where I can see it be successful and grow long term. And I've got a lot of ideas with stuff, and truthfully, a lot of my stuff is kind of come to fruition, you know? So
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say.
No, sweet. Well, Johnny Hopper, great podcast. Number 2, you're welcome on any time. Now that I'm here, we'll work out if it's quicker for you to fly here than drive here though, because that's pretty punishing the drive.
Yeah, I used to driving a bunch. I didn't cheap ass. I didn't want to rent a car, and I didn't want to worry about. Like I looked at the flights, it was like $600, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna spend $200 for to drive. So I'm not.
I got a really good podcast for you to listen to on the way home. It's called How to Get Rich.
Okay.
It's fucking good.
Okay.
Johnny Hopper, everybody, and hopefully coming to a press conference near you.
Hey, thanks, Chase.
No worries, brother.
Oh, Gypsy Gang.
Yeah, boy.
We're excited to announce the launch of our new membership site, gypsytales.com, packed with exclusive content and perks that you won't find anywhere else. This is your chance to become a part of the Gypsy Gang. And as a special bonus, if you sign up to an annual membership, you'll be entered into the draw to win our custom-built TC125. Gypsy Gang.